5:02 p.m. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice was given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter and of said city, would convene a regular meeting on Tuesday, December 14th, 2021 at 5 p.m. at the Brownsville Public Library Main Branch Meeting Room located at 2600 Central Boulevard, Brownsville, Texas. Pursuant to Section 551.127 Texas Government Code, one or more commissioners or employees may attend this meeting remotely using video conferencing technology. The video and audio feed of the video conferencing equipment can be viewed and heard by the public at the address posted above as the location of the meeting. Members of the public, employees, and the City Commission may join via the WebEx teleconference meeting link that was provided on the agenda, and the notice and meeting agenda are posted online at the City of Brownsville Agenda Center. The members of the public wishing to participate in the meeting posted through WebEx teleconference can join at the telephone numbers provided on the agenda. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be available to the public in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Mayor Mendez is present in person. Commissioner Cowan is present in person. Commissioner Gowan is present in person. Commissioner Galansky is present in person, and Commissioner De Los Santos is present in person, and Commissioner Cardenas is present in person. So we do have a quorum, and I don't see Commissioner Tetro on virtually, so she's currently not present.
Commissioner Tetra, are you on virtually? Okay.
Okay, so now that we've done the roll call and called the meeting to order, we have the invocation.
Okay, Pastor.
Let's all stand for the prayer and remain standing for the pledge afterwards. Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for this blessed season where we celebrate the miracle of Hanukkah and where we celebrate the expression of your love to each one of us when you sent your son, Jesus Christ, to provide a way where we can spend eternity with you. Lord God, help us to, in turn, reach out with your love to other people during this time. Bring us together in unity, Lord, from Washington to Austin to right here in Brownsville. And specifically, Lord, we ask you to lead and guide our mayor, our city commissioners tonight, and everybody that's presenting anything in this meeting. And we ask that it all be for the best for the city of Brownsville and for your kingdom. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. And let's have a short moment of silence where we can all add our prayers to what has already been spoken. Amen. Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Our next item is proclamations. Number one is a proclamation recognizing the St. Joseph Academy Cross Country Team, sponsored by our Mayor Trey Mendez and Commissioner Roy De Los Santos.
Do we have somebody here for this? Come on up.
Got a few.
Ask my school leaders and team.
Absolutely, yes, please.
Here with St. Joseph Academy, Brother Francis, and the rest of the school coaches come up and you're with the team. Come on up with me, please. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing the St. Joseph Academy cross-country team. Whereas St. Joseph Academy has a 100-plus year history of educating youth in the city of Brownsville, Texas, producing scholars and athletes. And whereas St. Joseph Academy has built an athletics program which has included cross-country since 1975. And whereas St. Joseph's Academy's athletics program is focused on service, altruism, integrity, and on being a program which ultimately honors God. And whereas St. Joseph Academy emphasizes an academic all-state individual goal in their programs, which teaches individuals that being a great student and a great athlete go hand in hand. And whereas the St. Joseph Academy athletics program has resulted in numerous accomplishments and accolades for its athletes at both the team and individual levels in 2021, including but not limited to TAPS 5A District 5 champions, TAPS 5A state runner-ups, 9 individual all-district awards, 2 individual all-state awards, and 1 individual academic all-state award. Now therefore, we the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all of our citizens, do hereby recognize the St. Joseph Academy cross-country teams and program for producing outstanding scholar and athlete citizens of Brownsville, Texas, and further encourage all residents to support programs designed to serve youth in our community. Done on this, the 14th day of December, 2021, by myself as mayor of the City Commission. Please, if you'd like to address us, feel free.
I just want to thank you guys for this honor. I'd like to thank the Maris brothers for Francis is here with us and the leadership of the school. Many of us who are with us. Our principal, Melissa Valdez, who's there in the back. Thank you for coming. And all the faculty. And of course, and the runners for what they did and the heck of a season they had. And our captains, Pedro Cardenas, Alejandro Ramirez, and of course, Valeria Bazan and the rest of the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations, all of you. Thanks.
Okay.
There's Commissioner Tetra.
Proclamation number 2, proclamation recognizing the Brownsville Cardinals FFWCT Youth Flag Football Team, sponsored by Mayor Trey Mendez and Commissioner Roy De Los Santos.
Here come the Cardinals team.
Coming up.
Good evening, guys. Thank you all for being here. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing the Brownsville Cardinals Youth Flag Football Team. Whereas the Brownsville Cardinals Flag Football Team was established in 2018 for the purpose of teaching local youth fundamental skills which can be learned through team sports. And whereas the Brownsville Cardinals Flag Football Team is part of the Flag Football World Championship Tour, dedicated to pushing the sport for Olympic inclusion. And whereas the Brownsville Cardinals Flag Football Team has provided coaching and instruction to over 100 youth in the Brownsville community through its program. And whereas the Brownsville Cardinals Flag Football Team captured the South Texas Flag Football Championship, advancing them to the national championships. And whereas the Brownsville Cardinals Flag Football Team will represent Brownsville, Texas, competing for the Flag Football World Championship Tour National Championship in January 2022. And whereas the city of Brownsville is committed to being a community rich with opportunities for the development of local youth, fostering growth across a spectrum of disciplines and ensuring future generations of residents who are well-rounded and prepared to succeed. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby recognize the Brownsville Cardinals Flag Football Team and program for providing local youth further opportunities to grow through competitive recreational sports and for bringing pride and recognition to Brownsville, Texas, and further encourage all residents to support programs designed to serve the youth in our community on this 14th day of December, 2021, signed by the City Commission. Congratulations.
It's an honor for us to be here tonight. It's a pleasure for us to be here, and sorry we all couldn't show up today. We just a lot of us have that today, so it's kind of having other school and stuff. So, but want to thank y'all so much for this opportunity for us to be here. we play next month. This will be our second time we go, and hopefully we can bring the national championship home. That's our goal. So every time we go play, we represent the city and our county and our state with pride and honor, and hopefully we come and win. It's gonna be a tough one, but we're gonna do our best. We're ranked number 3 in the state, and we're hoping that we can take it in January and bring it one more time to the city. That's our main goal. Thank you very much.
Best of luck.
Our next item is our public comment period. There, we received no public comment forms. So we can move on to our work session items. Item 1, Brownsville Public Utility Board quarterly update.
Budget update.
Commissioners, thank you. Tom Brusiak, I'm the general manager of the Public Utilities Board. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. The last meeting we were here, we did indicate we would come back to the city and talk about work we're doing at PUB and try to come back now on a quarterly basis. Some of these things are pretty important and I know in some of the things we're going to talk about tonight, we could talk an hour or more on each one. The mayor said no more than 15 minutes. So it's going to be high level, but we left you some information that'll certainly get your attention. Schedule some meetings later on in much more detail. The main items we're going to talk, there's 6 items tonight. We're looking at water and wastewater rate increases. In addition to that, a Resaca fee, because we do have a lot of work with the Corps now and the restore funding, and we need some matching funds to help offset some of that work. So we're going to present to you a Resaca fee options. The board met last night. We'll present what the board approved last night to start dialogue with the city on that. We're going to talk to you about a 5-year rate plan that we talked about from 2013 to 27 with rollback of electric rates associated with a power plant project that did not occur. We'll go into some detail with that. We'll be bringing that to the commission soon, probably the first of the year, to recommend rollback electric rates for 5 years. We're working with the city on the broadband. One of our main projects is AMI, Advanced Metering Infrastructure. We have a little presentation on that, and we're working closely with the city on that to advance meter all our electric, water, and wastewater meters. It'll help us in the storm events and things like that in much more detail. We're going to talk about a new service center that we have out on 550. You've probably seen that, where all our crews are. We'll give a brief presentation on that facility that's in operation. We have a new annex building next to our administration building that we 80% moved into this week. I'll give you some detail on that. And lastly, we'll talk about a 2 million gallon elevated storage tank going in the southmost area, water supply and fire protection for that area. So with that, Mayor, we'll try to do is go through everything. Our time is pretty close to being on 15 if we want to hold questions to the end. There's a lot of detail in what we presented to you that would, generate questions, but we'll handle it however you want it.
Yeah, that'd be best, John. Thank you for being here, Mike and Marie. I think it's best if we just hold our questions to the end.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mike to start off, our CFO, and Marie Leal is our Director of Special Projects. And you do have a hard copy in front of you, and we'll have it out. Start off on the.
We're on the right page. So, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Mike Perez. I'm the CFO. I'm gonna be presenting the first 3 project updates. So I'll start with the water, wastewater, and Resaca cost of service study. So on January 13, 2020, the BPB board hired Wilden Financial Services to conduct the water wastewater rate study, and then subsequently amended the contract to include options to support the Resaca project. Wilden presented the following 4 scenarios at last night's BPB board meeting, and the board recommended to present scenarios 3 and 4 to the commission for consideration. So with that said, I'll focus on scenarios 3 and 4 tonight. Both scenarios have 2 components: the recovery of the basic cost of service plus a separate fee for the Resaca project. So Wilton developed the basic cost recovery based on assumptions that the O&M cost will average approximately $1.3 million per year, and capital cost over the next 5 years will exceed $150 million. So the recovery of the basic cost of service is the same for scenarios 3 and 4. And the water rate increase requirements are 8%, 6%, 4%, and 5%, while the increase requirements under the wastewater side are 9%, 9%, 4%, and 5%. So the second component of the separate Resaca fee revolves around 2 grant opportunities. The first grant opportunity that's reflected under scenario 3 is the Restore Act grant. So these funds are set aside from the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, happened back in 2010. So the BPUB and the city of Brownsville, as co-applicants, did file the Town Resaca Watershed Restoration Project for dredging, bank improvements, Impala pumps, and the ditch improvements. So now the TCEQ did award the contract, total amount of $41.7 million to be phased out over 9 years. BPUB's local match is only $5.4 million or 12.8%. So very good. So now the Council Service did determine that a separate Resaca fee of $250 per customer per month would recover BPUB's local match under scenario 3. Now, the second federal grant opportunity that's reflected under scenario 4 is from the America's Water Infrastructure Act through the United States Army Corps of Engineers. So beginning in 2015, PUB did incur $101.5 million in cost that was paid to the Corps to conduct the Resaca study. The Corps did develop the Brownsville Resaca's Feasibility National Ecosystems Restoration Plan. So this plan did identify total construction improvement costs for the Resacas at $183.6 million, with a 65% federal share and a 35% local share. Work completion is spread over 16 years with annual operation and maintenance cost of $624,000. So the local match is substantial and results in higher Resaca fees. So as you can see under scenario 4, the fee, that separate Resaca fee is $450 for the first year per month per customer, and goes up to $625 in the second year, $10 for the third and fourth year, and then up to $1250 per month in year 5. So we will be bringing the rate plan to the commission in the upcoming months. So moving on to the next project, here we have the FPC rate increases and rollback of the rates. So the City Commission approved the 5-year rate plan back in December of 2012. The first rates went into effect on April 1, 2013, and the last one on October 1, 2016. So the 5-year rate increases for electric totaled 36%, of which 14% represents ongoing growth and 22% represents bond issuance for the electric generation plant. So the FPEC rate has been maintained at 0.02952 cents kWh since October 2016. So this FPEC charge covers the cost of the fuel used for electric generation and then purchase power. Every utility is entitled to recover those costs. So now the price of fuel now is the highest it's been in 7 years due to the increased demand brought on by the supply chain issues from COVID-19 pandemic. So to keep up with the fuel cost increases, BPUB is implementing a minor increase to the FPEC charge in a phased approach. So our board went ahead and approved a 4-month FPEC increase beginning in the month of November. So the BPUB board has also instructed us to bring a resolution back to the commission to roll back the bond issuance rate increases, those 22% that I just alluded to. So it's important to note, though, that the rollback of the rates will decrease revenue for PUB by about $14.5 million. And it will reduce the city transfer by $1.45 million, which represents 10%. So another note is that even with the rollback of the bond issuance rates, customers will still see an increase in their electric bills due to the high fuel prices. So the average 1,000 kWh user will see their bills increase from $102 to $113.52. BPUB is not alone in this. Other investor-owned utilities in Texas have already increased their customer bills. You know, each month we do present a bill comparison to our board. And for the month of November, that average electric bill among the IOUs is around $133. Now, the rollback of the bond issuance rate would take us to the rates that were in effect back on 10/1/2013. That's the reduction of the 22%. So here we also present what the average bill will look like at those rollback rates. So the first column shows the calculation under the current rates and the FPEC rate being set at the 2.952 cents for the average 1,000 kWh user. The average bill is at $102. The second column represents the calculation of the new base rates and the full FPEC recovery rate, which is really at 5.245 cents. So at the bottom, we see that the base rates decreased by $11.41 because of the rollback, but the FPEC rate charges will increase by $22.93, bringing the average bill to the $113.52. This is an $11.52 increase over the current bill, or 11.3% increase. So here again, we will be bringing a resolution for the rate rollback in the coming months. The last project that I'll be reporting on is the AMI project. So under the advanced metering infrastructure, it is a foundational technology that is becoming a standard in the utilities industry to implement smart utility systems designed to enable greater customer experience, strengthen system reliability, and realize operational efficiency. So its implementation comes at a perfect time to interface with the city's broadband project and the smart cities initiatives. So some of the direct benefits of AMI include improved customer experience with greater access to timely information, proactive leak detection and reporting, the enhanced outage detection and restoration. Some of the scope, the project will include setting up an RF network, replacing the entire electric meter population of 53,100 meters, replacing approximately 24% of the water meter population, a total of 13,100 water meters, and retrofitting the remaining 76% of the water meters, totaling 42,300 water meters. BPUB is currently in the process of developing an RFP, which is scheduled for release in January 2022. It is expected that all the core software and integrations will be in place within 12 months. After the software is fully operational and tested for data continuity and reliability, BPUB will then commence with the mass meter changeout. That should take another 12 months to complete. So the project should be fully implemented by the fourth quarter of 2024. Total costs are estimated to be at $25.5 million. On July 16, 2021, the BPUB board approved the full implementation of the AMI project to be funded with a combination of prior year surplus and future CIP funding. So $18 million of the funding comes from prior year surplus and $4 million each from fiscal year 22 and the fiscal year 23 CIP funding. So here again, this was a very high level update on those three projects. I'll now turn it over to Ms. Leal.
Good evening. My name is Marie Leal, and I am the Director of Special Projects and Water Wastewater Engineering, Planning and Operations. Tonight, I will highlight three projects undertaken by BPUB in 2020 and 2021. The first is our Service Center Yard project. The Service Center Yard project is a 30-acre site located on the north frontage road on FM 511 and Old Dallas Road. Construction consisted of 6 buildings that included an admin building, warehouse and elevated dock, a fleet maintenance, fueling station, vehicle wash bays, and storage sheds, with a total project area of 53,545 square feet. BPUB departments housed at the service center include electrical T&D construction and maintenance, water and wastewater operations, substations and relay, purchasing and warehouse, fleet management, health and safety, and our electric meter shop. Contractor was D. Wilson Construction. The architectural team was led by ERO Architects, and that is just a layout of how the building's laid out, along with our parking lot on the north side of that frontage road. This project was a construction manager at risk, or CMAR project. It was board approved on June of 2019 at a cost of $16.8 million. Furniture, fixtures, and equipment, FF&E, was $1.98 million, and it was approved by our board in July of 2020. Work began on this project on July 2nd of 2018, and we moved in on May of 2020. These are just a few of the photographs. Our entry foyer, we have a fueling station. We have a 6-bay heavy-duty fleet shop and also a warehouse. The next project is our annex building project. This project, the contractor again was a CMAR project, and it was Noble Texas Builders. The architectural team was ERO Architects, and the location, of course, is immediately adjacent to our admin building on 1425 Robin Hood Drive. Annex building areas. I'm not going to go over all of the square footages, but just to let you know which departments are housed on each floor. On the first floor, we have a boardroom with a seating capacity of 160 people. We have our finance department, engineering wings, facility maintenance, and key accounts. On the second floor, we have our IT department, SCADA, our energy control room, auditors, and a break room. On the third floor, we have an executive wing and directors. Also on the third floor, we have a future shell area that can be developed in a size of 14,967 square feet. We also have a first floor foyer, storage rooms on all floors for a grand total square footage on the building of 78,130 square feet. A recap of this project, once again, this was a construction manager at risk or CMAR project. And it was board approved on June of 2019 at a cost of $23.1 million. Furniture, fixtures, and equipment to outfit the entire building was $5.5 million. This included a small change order where the contractor actually remodeled our existing restrooms in the admin building at a cost of $297,945 for a revised contract amount of $23.397 million. And actually, the CMAR project is one where you have cost savings come back reflecting to the owner, and we currently have a surplus design contingency balance of $285,000 on this project. The contractual deadline was November 27th of this year, and the contractor reached substantial completion by November 12th of 2021. And we actually moved into this building a couple of weeks ago on December 3rd. These are just some of the photographs, the view of the outside of the building. Both of these projects were designed for Category 4, sustained winds, and also the annex has state-of-the-art technology, and of course, hurricane and projectile resistant windows, and a full backup generator system. And those are just photos of the inside of the building. That again is our boardroom and our energy control room, and just a sample of one of our conference rooms. The last project is our BPB Southmost 2 million gallon elevated storage tank. The Southmost 2 million gallon capacity elevated storage tank is a composite concrete pedestal tank that will replace the recently demolished Southmost 1 million gallon tank, and also the UTB 1 million gallon elevated storage tank that will need to be demolished as soon as we complete this project. The location of this new tank is along 30th Street, right between Bertha Street and Lacey Acres Road. The contractor for this project is Landmark Structures, and our design consultant team is made up of Freeze Nichols, Dunham Engineering, and Square E Engineering. And this project total cost is $5,782,000. And we just started it. It started on August 24th of 2021. It has a projected timeline of 15 months. We should have substantial completion on November 17th of next year, with final completion date December 17th of 2022. And these are, like I said, we just really started the drill piers, and now Landmark Construction is really moving along on the bottom photograph will they begin doing the lifts of the pedestals. One pretty much every other day. So they're moving along right on schedule. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up to the commission for any questions.
I think y'all mentioned a fuel price increase for 4 months. Did I hear that correctly?
A phased approach where we're starting to increase the FPC rate. Remember, we had it set at 0.02952 for since 2016. So we were keeping it low, but actual costs are around 5.2 cents. So we're
So
doing,
it's ramping up over the 4 months, or everything will be recouped after the 4 months?
no, it's ramping up. Okay. So. And then we'll just monitor the cost going forward and then adjust the.
Yeah, and it can go up and down too. It could come down. If it goes down, then the fuel factor will come down. So, but we're trying to recover our costs on that and, you know, roll those rates back and go to a true cost recovery where the customer pays what it is. I pay what it is, and it's not subsidized by some rate that's collected and given back. The mayor felt we should get away from that, and the board. So I think it's going to be good for the customers.
Very good.
I know some of these projects, particularly the rates, the water rates and the rate rollback, I would suggest a joint meeting, maybe just on those topics. And so we can dig in on those, and possibly the AMI as well, where we can devote time with the commission in great detail to go over how we got these numbers and what the impacts are. But we're prepared to do that and start Mayor first of the year.
Yeah, I think the AMI is pretty self-explanatory. I mean, that one's pretty easy, but as we know, the water one is really dense. I think our PUB board had it briefed to them about 4 or 5 times, and there's still questions. So, I mean, it's something that it does take a while to grasp.
And the commission will be the ones who set those rates, not our board. So really got to, you know, be comfortable on our end to bring it to you. And then we've got to convince you and get your feelings. How do you want to go? Do you want to subsidize some of these 4 projects, lose the grant money, or, you know, and it's all good for Brownsville. It's just how do we want to do it?
As we get closer to ramping up on the AMI, I think also a good campaign to make sure the public is aware of the benefits of going this direction.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
We have, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission?
Can I ask just a few, since you're talking about AMI? So, for the water meters, 76% of them will be retrofitted. That means they're adaptable already and people already have that.
Correct. They can be adjusted. They're type of meters that can be retrofitted.
So will there be a fee passed on to the customer for the new meters or no? Or will it be subsidized as?
Talking about paying for the cost of the meters.
Right. We're going to cover the entire cover, the 25.5 million, that includes feeding the.
Charge a customer.
And it's actually something Commissioner is going to pay for itself over time. And we did a kind of a study on how long it would take to recuperate. It's pretty quick. And the way the board saw it is it was an investment in bringing in this infrastructure, which would actually save us money over time with leaks and other types of detection issues.
What happens in the areas where there's other electric or water providers that might not have these smart meters?
If it's an IOU, they're already, I mean, they were forced to do the AMI, so they already have the AMI.
Magic Valley and AEP already.
Both of them already have. Yeah, we're the only one behind on this.
And then just for the new building, or sorry, the existing building for PUB, has a contract already been set for that or no? Like how the price has been locked in, or is there going to be?
The current building that we moved out of?
Correct.
For the remodeling, actually, last night our board approved for the architectural team, ERO, to continue with the design of the remodel of the existing building.
But then you don't have the contract that locks in the price already set for that one, right?
No.
Okay, thanks.
What else?
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Work session item 2, Bird City, Texas program.
Hello, can you hear me?
We got you, Oscar.
Great. Well, thank you all for having me and allowing me to present this work session for y'all. So we're here to present just the work that we've been doing for a certification called the Bird City, Texas certification. We've been meeting, several times throughout these past months to work on this. And it is a certification that has recently been put out by the Texas Wildlife and Parks and the Audubon Foundation. And if we can move forward to the following slide. So what the purpose of the certification is, it is focused on creating and helping people to protect birds and their habitats where we live, work, and recreate. The criteria required to attain certification are designed to be impactful and efficient against habitat loss and other harmful factors impacting birds. I won't read through everything, so I'll keep it kind of short, but currently there's only 7 that are certified. As you can see, those are listed on the bottom of the presentation. We can go to the following slide also. And so what we receive with the recognition is basically we get the certified as Bird City. We get to use promotion and be recognized statewide and nationally, basically also. The Bird City, Texas community event. So we also would get support to participate in these community events. Inclusion in statewide Bird City, Texas workshops. So they'll also assist with workshops to help with the certification, as well as to continue having the certification and to promote this initiative. We can also use the program logos and receive the Bird City, Texas certification materials to display in the community. Can we go to the following slide? And some of the benefits of having the certification would be, it's by keeping the certification and the initiatives within the certification, we would have increased property values, annual budgetary savings, overall economic value, benefits, insect and rodent control, tourism value, and value for children and education. And you can see if, on this presentation was shared with you, I believe, and there's links where you can research behind that backs this up. So whenever you have time, we can go over those, that would be great. Can we go to the following slide? Sure. So to be certified, there's certain levels of criteria that we have to follow. A lot of these would be educational events, marketing, also education material, as well as just different initiatives throughout the city that would be needed to be certified. Currently, we've been listing the ones that we are already doing and then the ones that we need to work on. As you can see from the base level actions, there's 9 that are required. Currently, we are doing 3 of those 9, and we're hoping that throughout this following year we can continue doing it. The application is reviewing basically a timeline from July 2020 to December the 16th of 2021. So a lot of these events would had to happen during that timeline. We started working on this just a few months ago. This was brought to our attention at the Brownsville Beautification Committee in July, I believe. And that's when we started, just gathering with the city management as well as grants department and parks so that we could start working on it. But some of the things that we might need for this coming year would be to have a resolution for World Migratory Bird Day and a celebration for that day. So pretty much like a bird festival. And you can see the list of the rest that would be needed. And if we can go to the following slide. So other certification criteria would be, in category 1 would be community engagement. We need 5 of these. Currently, we are doing 2 of them, and we just need to fill in with the rest. Some of these are tree planting events that would be needed, specifically native trees that would be that are asked for. The good thing is that we do have several events throughout this coming year that we plan to have. We just recently received the Brownsville Beautification just received a $40,000 grant from an organization known as or called One Tree Planted. And these are the $40,000 are so that we can plant native trees in our schools. So we've been working with BISD also to plan this ahead for our next Arbor Day. And and we'll be trying to work with other organizations so that we can make sure to have all these community engagement requirements. Can we go to the following slide? So for habitat enhancement and protection, this is probably one of the criteria that we've been doing the best on. We need 8 of them. Currently, we're doing 7, so we would just need 1 more. And some of these we still need to kind of reinforce and work a little bit more on just reinforcing them. So we will be working with Neo City Management and other organizations to help do this. Can we go to the following slide? And then just create the following is category 3, which is creating safer spaces for birds. Again, this has a lot to do with planting trees, educational material being marketed. Just to provide better guidelines. There's a possibility of maybe adding some stuff to our landscape ordinance so that we can make sure to protect the habitat for the birds. As we all know, Brownsville is one of the most important places for migratory for birds. We have it's one of the best places for bird watching, as probably most of us know. And currently we're doing 2 of these criterias. We would need 4 out of out of all of these that are presented. And then if we can go to the following slide. So after being certified, there is a higher tier of certification called the Higher Flyer certification. We would have to, follow basically all the requirements that you see in the screen. There are, a few of them, so we won't, be going over them. But some of the ones that are already there, we are already doing. So it would just be reinforcing and making sure that we follow through throughout the year. Nice thing is that certification is good for 3 years. We would just have to give an update report every year during December, but it would be good for 3 years. And can we go to the following slide? And okay, well, basically that would be all. So at this point, I will just open up for any questions.
Are there any questions from the commission?
I would just make a comment, Oscar, as you guys move forward with something like this, let's ensure we work with Comms and Marketing and the Convention and Visitors Bureau to assess the impact as far as tourism goes and the economic impact of birding for Brownsville.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thanks, Oscar.
No problem. Thank you all, and hope you have a happy holidays.
Thanks.
Already know when will this be submitted?
So there is, the deadline for this year is on December the 16th. When we spoke to the representative from Texas Parks and Wildlife, and I know there's Audubon also is part of this, they encourage that we have the activities dated back a year and then also commit to. They did share that they're available to provide feedback throughout the whole year as we engage in these activities. For this year, it's due on Thursday. And then for the following year, they usually have it throughout December. They did highly encourage, there's a nominal application fee, but they highly encourage that we work throughout the year to have this, already have at least the base minimum criteria completed, and then the other criteria so that we can submit.
So submit now, we would have a deadline or a date to work towards to be completing all of these things, correct? If we submit now, we would have a timeline to work backwards from because we'd have a due date for when these things have to be completed. Am I right?
Yeah, so if we submit now, there's certain things that we still don't have. And based on our meeting with the representative,
she recommends we work towards these items so that we can submit for the following year.
Okay.
It's submit now and also get feedback that way as far as where we need to improve on.
So we're going to wait.
It's, we can do either or, but it's recommended that we just focus on, and then coming back to the commission, there's several ordinances and resolutions that we would need to come here for the commission. So their recommendation was just to focus on that and then submit next year.
Okay, I understand.
So we're already meeting, we've been having constant meetings also with communications and marketing and the Brownsville Visitors Bureau. So we're gonna have more meetings with planning as well. And it's just a work in progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks.
Item 3, fiscal year 22 capital budget update.
Good evening, Mayor Commissioners. I'm Elizabeth Walker in the Office of the City Manager, and I have just a couple of slides this evening to share with you an update on the capital projects for fiscal year 22. Next slide, please. My intention was to list here on the first slide all that we have going on, except the list is too long and the font would be too small. And so to spare your eyes, the squinting, in summary, we have a very robust program of work with a present valuation of about $113 million in ongoing capital projects. And those capital projects are within these categories: street construction, trails development, machinery and equipment, drainage improvements, facilities renovations, and of course, and deployment as part of our ARP program. Because we have now multiple funding sources to support our capital projects. We have what is traditionally our debt financed COs. You'll see some of those action items later on this evening. We have surplus allocation. We have the ARP as well as other grant funding mechanisms. Next slide, please. I titled this slide though, "When the dollar store is now $1.25. In case y'all are caught, as I was, picking up some stocking stuffers and little tribute gifts for my son to share with his classmates. The dollar store is now $1.25. That's 25% inflation, almost as fast as they could update the signage within the store. The reality is the city of Brownsville is not exempt from the macroeconomic forces that have pushed inflation at about 25% as quickly as you can update the signage. For three primary reasons, and you see those highlighted here in orange: supply constraints, material costs, and market capacity. I wanted to share with you just a couple of examples of how it is we're already seeing that evidenced in our ongoing program of work. Supply constraints, clearly why it is we continue to meet in this room. We had this audacious goal of renovating the council chambers while it is we were meeting virtually exclusively. And yet we were caught in the microchip scarcity to replace upgrade our audiovisual equipment. It's already been 6 months delayed. HVAC units and roofing materials now need a 20-week lead time. Heavy equipment, there may be as much as a 2-year wait list. Material costs, some of what it is we've incurred already or identified already. PVC pipe has increased 250% in the last 18 months. Iron fittings increased 150% in 18 months, and asphalt has increased 25% in 6 months. Market capacity, there is a real labor shortage. We're also encountering bonding threshold issues where it is that firms, some local contracting, when we reach out to them, they're already as busy as they can be. They've already met their bonding threshold, and they may not be able to take on much more work. So how it is that we are addressing each of these issues is on a case-by-case basis right now as we try to move each of these projects forward. Where it is that we identify supply constraints, we're seeking to secure that supply early. You'll see lots of agenda items on consent this evening related to securing heavy equipment to make sure we're at the front of the line. Where it is that it's appropriate, where it wouldn't otherwise diminish the scope and scale of the project, we may substitute some product. In materials costs, we also later on this evening where it is that the additional 2 cents in debt capacity we seek to apply to overruns on ongoing projects. And in market capacity issues, here it is. We're seeking to value engineer some projects and consider phasing some of those projects. But that way we can build as appropriate. This is the slide that concludes the update. Do you have questions for me?
We have a lot of items, Elizabeth, on the agenda, as you mentioned, regarding heavy equipment purchases. I didn't actually think of looking at the timelines on that to see if they're going to be fulfilled within a certain amount of time. Do we have time guarantees on those as far as when delivery is going to happen, if we're paying them all up front?
Yes, we can. JP is here to speak to the deliveries, but in most of those items, I believe that they will be secured within the fiscal year end.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Yeah, it's within the fiscal year is what we're being told right now. But of course, that could change in a few months, but that's what we're being told right now.
Is there anything in the contracts that have any sort of timeframes? No, sir. Is that something you can request?
We can definitely look into it. Okay, to see if that's possible. Yes, sir.
I would if it's possible. I don't see how it hurts us to ask.
No, doesn't.
Elizabeth, I would ask that on the title slide or the first slide where you had the bullet points for the different items, if we could get an update after the first of the year with just for each of those categories, what the expected impacts are. If it's time delays, if there are other factors, and how long we're looking at, in case it varies by those categories.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Happy holidays, Commissioner.
Likewise.
Item 4, Chapter 38 Ethics Ordinance related to economic development projects.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I was looking at Parks and Recs PowerPoint, very, all the trees and birds, and we get to talk about ethics. So this is our third set of discussions. We had our first set of Chapter 38 revisions, kind of some of the lower hanging fruit that we just passed on final approval last meeting. This meeting, we have our first reading on phase 2, which are the preliminary panel revisions. And also, in addition, Commissioner De Los Santos wanted us to clarify that when the city attorney is a named complainant, that outside counsel would be initiated. So those will be coming at a later item, public hearing number 5. But today we're here to discuss and get some guidance for me to kind of craft and draft some revisions to Chapter 38 ordinance related to economic development matters. Thank Josh for being here from BCIC. Consulting with him and having discussions with him on just how to structure this discussion gave me some great input, in that I think we have some consensus already in some of these provisions that need to be changed. And so as we go, just a summary outline, I have some comments from Josh, and then we'll go into possible consensus items, discussion about different buckets of financial assistance. And then what I hope will be the bulk of the discussion, where I think we will focus a lot of our input on, is the consideration of regulating direct payment projects. And then we'll take some questions. Josh, I'm not sure if you want to share anything.
We've had a series of conversations alongside the city attorney, Mr. Victor Flores, regarding how we can possibly proceed in terms of the direction of this conversation and where it's heading. We provided some substantial information to Mr. Flores so that he can have a clear sense of exactly how our organization operates at the moment and where it's heading as well. And hopefully the information that we provided to Mr. Flores was able to provide the clarity needed to understand exactly which buckets of programming and assistance we provide to the general public, And hopefully with that clarity, it'll help the city commission and the mayor be able to determine exactly how they want to go about in defining what is ethical, what isn't ethical, what can seem as appearance of impropriety and such. And so I'm here to support Mr. Flores, the city as well as all of my colleagues as well, and be able to provide any further clarification so that there's a clear understanding and we all move forward collectively.
Thanks, Jeff. So some of the, I think, possible consensus items, and again, these are just recommendations and it's, I bring it to the commission for your input, is I think what I've heard over the past couple of sessions is that everybody's pretty much in line with this idea of having employees, or that employees and city officials should not participate in projects that they've actively participated in designing or developing. And then the other one would be that an employee or city official should be able to participate in technical or educational components of economic development projects. I think where majority of the input I've received is the concern lies when there's a financial transaction with either city employees or city officials. But I'll leave that slide up and just open it up to the city commission for input or.
I think you nailed it. I think that's exactly what the consensus seems to be with the commission.
Anybody else?
How does the second part work out? Or
In terms of technical assistance, Commissioner Galansky, we actually lean towards more in providing sort of guidance and programming, whether it's entrepreneurship-led economic development or whether it is facilitating projects that revolve around actual commercial development or quality of life development. We prefer to provide as much assistance as possible to be able to get a project moving forward and across the finish line. For example, we provide a lot of programming for those that are interested in starting businesses and being able to scale them up, or even connect with a venture capital investor or a seed investor, et cetera. That to us is a form of incentive to a lot of the businesses and entrepreneurs that are coming through. That requires absolutely no financial incentive from our part. We're there to do our job and be able to help these entrepreneurs move forward. We feel comfortable in saying that these educational resources that we're just simply consolidating and providing to these individuals should be made available to absolutely everybody, with perhaps the exception of those who are designing those programs specifically, right? We believe firmly that someone within staff or someone within the board should not design a specific resource that ultimately is designed to benefit them only or a select group of people, right? But we have a very good control when it comes to that because we do have data that backs us up. We do have partners that we work with to ensure that the program's designed to help the majority of individuals that are needing those specific forms of assistance.
I have a question. So I'm not going to presume to speak for the whole commission, but I agree with point number one. Number two, does that include, or where does the of an employee, specifically an employee, to participate in loan programs like eBridge, because that's not a grant.
Yes, yeah,
Pay it back.
and that's actually my next slide.
That's a different slide.
Yes,
That's a good segue.
yeah. But anybody else on comments on these two? Great, Commissioner.
No, I see your point.
So this brings us to the buckets of financial assistance, and Josh was explaining that there are, pretty much three buckets, and those are the reimbursable funds, which are those that the developer or the applicant submit or goes on their own, provides proof of, hey, I spent X amount of dollars to improve this building, and then they get reimbursed. And then the other bucket are loans, which are just your traditional loans. And then the last one, where I think a lot more of our discussion will be, are the direct payments, and that being private or public payments. But yes, and that, not to your question, Commissioner Gowan.
I understand. I mean, I do feel that employees should be able to, unless they designed the loan program themselves.
Right.
I do believe they should be able, someone from Public Works should be able to go to eBridge. For an entrepreneur opportunity. I don't think they should be restricted to not do that.
And I think that's, again, the feel of our conversations over the past several weeks. I think that's a good consensus, because I think what we really want to talk about are the direct payments and projects.
There are, and I'll sort of expand a little bit more if I may, Victor. When it comes to loans, our loans are funds that the organization has been awarded through both the U.S. Department of Commerce and the Housing and Urban Development Department as well. So that has a layer of due diligence that has to be applicable for every single application that goes through. For example, if we do have an applicant who has some sort of first degree of, with somebody that's in our board that ultimately has to approve that, then that person would immediately become ineligible for that program. The same is applicable for employees. Employees actually do not, and I'm talking about BCIC employees, do not have access to these loans provided, including first degree members as well. Yes. Well, some of my colleagues at the City of Brownsville can also agree with the fact that HUD is very particular when it comes to those details. And so we want to make sure that we have that great relationship with them as well.
Understandable. I think we have that issue in the August or September when CDCB was applying for funding for the Seminole building. And I mean, I think she ended up not abstaining from the vote. But
yeah, she did. And as I recall correctly, and I'd be more than happy to share those minutes as well to anybody who requests, she felt there was perhaps an appearance of impropriety because that was her employer that was applying for this fund. She didn't submit the application herself, but she felt that perhaps there was a disadvantage for her being on the board. Therefore, she went ahead and abstained. But in terms of the legality for it, there wasn't any form of conflict of interest. It wasn't a program that was designed to specifically help them out. And just for further context, that application was for the request of private funds that kind of came into the mixture through the Musk Foundation for the organization. It wasn't a federal fund on top of another federal fund for that project.
Right. And again, I think another good point to kind of bring it back all together is those loans, especially, they have a lot of regulations in place to prevent, I think what the commission wants, an overall goal is to prevent those conflicts of interest from occurring. So to the point of direct payments, this brings me to my last slide before we get to some questions. And I'm really glad that I was able to kind of gather all the input from everybody. And hopefully this is where we'll start our real conversation. As we look to regulate the direct payment projects for either city employees or city officials, or there's even been discussions about family members, I want to present a question to the commission to help better guide me is, as we go over these different factors, these different questions, are we trying to, as a collective, mitigate or prevent conflicts of interest, or are we wanting to go into mitigating or preventing the appearance of impropriety? We can definitely go that route, but as we discuss these questions, these choices that we'll be going over, that's the kind of guidance I'll be looking for. So the first one is, should there be a public versus private fund distinction when regulating these projects for direct payment? I think, and Josh, help me out as you can with, as we talked about the loans, many of these public funded projects have their own subset of regulations and criteria that help to avoid or mitigate conflicts of interest. And so with that, I'll ask the question is, do we want to discuss regulating public fund direct payment projects? Or are we really talking about those privately funded projects that we really don't have a full grasp of their requirements or their criteria? I guess they haven't been really vetted from the public perspective sense for conflict of interest issues.
I think we should have rules from both. I don't think the same rules apply across the board because these are different types of monies. There's a difference with taxpayer money. And I think when you're looking at private funds, if it's going to be administered by the people's stewards, the elected representatives, or people who are appointed by us and staff, I think then we have to look at to what degree did we have any influence. Now, if someone comes in and says, I want to fund $10 million worth of small business loans for X, Y, and Z, great. They came up with that. It's a loan. We're just handling the paperwork. But if they come and said, well, I want to put $10 million into Brownsville to help make it better, how do I do that? And I say, you know what, let's start a loan program. And then my dad comes and applies, or then I then apply for it. When I steer that money towards loans, I should not then benefit from it.
Which goes to one of those first principles.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I think there's some consistency there as far as the direction we're headed. I think it's consistent with that. But I think there's greater latitude when it's private funds. If they're setting the terms from A to Z and nobody at the city level is steering how those funds are going to be spent, then I don't see any reason for the restrictions to apply in those cases. That's just my thought.
Can you set it up, Josh, or would it be too difficult if, let's say philanthropist A comes and brings a big amount of money?
Mhm.
And can you then ask that philanthropist A, what do you want us to use the money for? And what kind of restrictions, like officials or employees or family members or whatever, can you ask them to specify those things so that it's known transparently that these funds are available or not available to this group of people or that group of people, or is that too complicated?
No, it is. It is actually not too complicated, Commissioner Gowan. That is actually something that we proceeded with our first rodeo with this first philanthropist. Typically, our strategy that we've adopted, and many of you have received a copy of our strategic plan, one of our strategies is to open up our coffers for any other philanthropist or private organization or private partner that would like to help accelerate economic development in downtown by using our programs as conduits. Our business improvement and growth program was one of those programs that was selected by our first philanthropist, which is the Must Foundation. So in theory, what we presented to them, we said, let us know what you would like for us to focus on, but we have to use it under the parameters of this program. And that was what was agreed upon. And that also included the flexibility that we were tasked to also receive clarification on, to be able to proceed with the new guidelines and enhancements for that program. But to your question, yes, moving forward, all our programs are open for anybody who would like to partner up with the Economic Development Organization, BCIC, by injecting private funds into some of these programs. Now, we have received another fund from a foundation for operations, but they've specified this is for general operations, so it can go towards rent, it can go towards anything else that deals with operations specifically.
Because if it was my money and I was the philanthropist, I'd like to have a say in not just where you spend it, but how you spend it. And so if I had, millions of dollars and I said, I want you to only give it to short green people with red hair, and
I mean, we comply, right?
Expect that, yeah.
Yeah, we comply. Billionaires are a different kind of animal in terms of how they approach their funding. But we do feel that since we are a public organization, we do have to stick with our protocols, and therefore the strategy of allowing our programs to serve as conduits seems to be the best strategy of approach.
I think if it's a competitive process and if BCIC or any other city department is administering that process and deciding who's the winner and who's the loser, then we need to have certain guidelines on restrictions, right, on who can apply for those funds. But if you are an applicant and if you meet the three criteria and it's the same across the board and it's first come first served, then I don't think it really, you're not deciding who's the winner, who's the loser, right? It's different. It's a different ballgame.
Yeah, we're still a public organization, and preferably a board is placed for that same reason, right? To be able to govern and be able to have those policies in place. So there's no deviation to that. We're going to go ahead and stick with that, and whatever is suggested will be considered, but it's ultimately applicable by a majority vote once we present it to the board. Great questions, by the way.
Anybody else? So if I can condense this all, I think with the input of having, of prohibiting employees and city officials to not participate in projects that they've designed or developed, that, it seems like that addresses a lot of the concerns that this commission had. And if we do that, that's going to apply to not just your technical educational programs, but also your reimbursement, your loans, or your direct payments. And I think does that resolve the commission's concerns, or should I draft something that's more restrictive or more detailed as it applies to direct payments?
I think that addresses my concerns.
It addresses my concerns as well.
It addresses my concerns. I still have an outstanding concern about family members, but we haven't talked about that yet, right?
We haven't.
That's the last part.
Yeah.
Well, this would basically go back to point one, though. I'm sorry, depends. Let's say, I imagine you're going towards your son's.
Right there, right, Commissioner?
Committee.
Well, I mean, I'm the oldest one on the board, so I have the oldest children and the oldest brothers and sisters.
That example, correct.
Yeah, no, I'm using it for an example, but I'll use my son in that case. If my son is 20 years old and he doesn't live in my house and he's been out of my house, and he comes and wants to apply for one of these, and I was not involved, that is fine. Is that what we're looking into at the moment?
That's how I understand it, yes.
That's what I'm understanding. Is that what everybody else is?
I agree with you.
If you weren't directly involved, absolutely.
That's right.
And I think we need to specify also, had he been directly involved, then to what degree of affinity or consanguinity do we limit participation?
And I think you would fall back on what's already drafted in the Chapter 38 ordinance and degrees of affinity and consanguinity.
I agree.
And by the way, whoever came up with those terms to describe that, what does that really mean? But
yeah,
when you have to pull out charts to determine what that means, it's
government.
Commissioner Tetra?
No, I'm just wondering what the legal term of affinity means.
So it's, I know. My point exactly. Point exactly. When you have to pull out charts to.
I believe
yeah.
it.
But it's a good objective standard.
I do have another question. So if I were not involved in PCIC things, I could go out there and apply for one of these now? Is that what we're saying?
That's correct.
Is that what everybody understood as well?
As long as you weren't.
And I'm asking because I want to make sure we have the same.
Understanding.
I kind of asked something to John the same way, but I think if we layer on the whole thing about getting rid of the appearance of impropriety, then I think it'll cover that.
If we go out and straight up say it, right? Like, hey, we're going to apply for this. Is that what you mean or?
Abstain from discussions, because that's the process right now, is if you abstain from the vote and the discussion on your item, on top of the factor that you weren't a part of the creation of that project or designing or in the criteria for that project, then you would be allowed under the discussions
we're looking at our moment.
Are we talking about private funding, or are we talking about public funding?
I think for everything that requires.
General is what I understood right now.
So I do have a question. This is Helen G. Big, Executive Director. If there is a program, not a project, but a program that we're designing with certain criteria that staff has created, say there's a program where I want to incentivize, provide training for aerospace companies, for example, and they have to meet a certain criteria that is developed by staff. And it could be kind of a matrix and evaluation process. And the board, what they do is give feedback on that criteria that's been developed by staff. Then that's not them creating the program, right? It's them, kind of just giving their input as to what the criteria would be. I think there has to be some sort of distinguished process or definition of that.
We could try. I think that would be a really fine needle to thread, because you're talking about input versus
design.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we get real nitty picky on it, it's going to be.
Yeah. it would take me some time and probably a few drafts to kind of get language down to that. And if that's the case, I'm at the direction of the commission, but
Is the city official term defined already?
yes. And the first wave of revisions added board members for GBIC and BCIC.
Okay.
Tim, my only concern when we're talking public monies would be if the decision for who those is getting awarded to is being made by a body appointed by us. Then even if I'm not part of the discussion, my appointees are going to award me contracts and award me loans and award me grants.
Not if you're appointing, not if you're appointing good people.
Well, that's true. It shouldn't be the case.
I'm appointing people think on their own.
Commissioner,
Yeah, me too.
I get that as well. I get that, but I'm thinking that, and I think that's in the limited scope of it's a city created project. Because if you have state funds or federal funded programs or projects,
right,
they're going to have their criteria already. And I think that's to some of the examples about loans. They regulate themselves.
But 4B money, 4A money, that's city money.
So maybe public city funded projects.
I also think we got to trust who we appoint.
That's, yeah.
That's what we're here for, and that's why we're here. People trusted us as well to make the right judgment.
Well, they're also trusting us to put in the safeguards to ensure that the people who come after us can't stack the deck in their favor.
That's right.
I think that's what we're looking at. That's what I'm looking at.
Well, and you have to balance that, although I agree with you, you also have to balance that with if we put in too many layers
Of course.
of whatever, then that's going to limit who decides to run for these seats. Is, well, I can't do that and I can't do that. And maybe I had an entrepreneurial idea and I can't get any help, so I'm not going to run.
And at the end,
you don't get paid.
And you know,
and at the end of the day, it is a collaborative, right? I mean,
there's a balance.
It's the majority of both the BCIC or GBIC board and ultimately the city commission.
And if you are involved, how much time after? I think it's important to put that on there as well.
I think right now it's 12, we have it as 12 months on the conflict of interest side.
Yeah.
I think if it's okay with the commission, I would add that for this as well.
I think it really comes down to the same thing, and I think everybody wants the same thing, which is that their employees or city officials shouldn't benefit from any sort of money because of undue influence, period. Right? Now it's just about how do you craft that? And that's why I was asking about whether the city officials would define, because I knew that we had tried to expand some of that to include other boards. But I think other boards also may be crafting their own set of guidelines internally to kind of help prevent that as well, right?
Yes, and to that comment, Mayor, our board is already deliberating about defining the internal involvement of designing some of these programs and guidelines. We do have committees that oversee certain things, but when it comes to actually creating terms and guidelines as to how programs should work and should impact the community, that's becoming a complete and formal restriction for board members to be involved in. After all, most of these boards do have paid staff and professionals to be able to design those things. So involvement it's turning into something completely restrictive in terms of designing those guidelines. They're there to just deliberate on them, consider them once they're up for consideration approval, but not directly designing things to have clear advantage over something.
Where does the rental assistance program fit in all of that?
In terms of the rent subsidy program that we have in downtown?
Where you're reimbursed for, I think, 6 months or something like that for rent in a certain district.
Yes, so part of our business improvement and growth program is specifically targeted for downtown. There's a subcategory for that program, which is our rent subsidy program. And we do provide 12 months of rent subsidies to a certain percentage. It's not a complete 100% rent subsidy program, but that also goes through the same protocols as BIG. We have an application process, we have due diligence process. It's a reimbursement grant. We don't pay upfront. As soon as we receive receipts, we'll go ahead and get those vetted and then pay out. And ultimately, those applications do go up to the board for approval as well.
And then also, Josh, I know it's come up, but I'm not sure if y'all have taken any action or done anything on this yet. but whenever there's an application before your board for any sort of benefit monies, grant monies, whatever, we had suggested that there be disclosure of the members of those companies in the event that it's a corporate structure. That's something that you're starting to do or that you're gonna do?
Yes, we've have already done that with our due diligence period. But if it's formalized as a policy, I would greatly encourage it.
I would suggest you formalize it as an internal policy of BCIC. I think that's the easier way to do it.
Oh, yeah, it's the easiest and quickest way to go ahead and address it. But if it's something that can be not internally modified for the future and we can say proof it through having it implemented in the Code of Ethics or, Chapter 38, then that's a bigger plus for us in our perspective.
Well, Commissioners, I think I have some homework to do in drafting at least the first reading. I'll bring that to you at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
The next item is consent agenda items 1 through 14.
Consent agenda, do we have any motions?
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion to approve in a second. Any discussion?
I have a couple of questions and they're minor. They're not anything I want to pull out. I just want to make sure I get my questions answered. Let's see, agenda. Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment on number 2. Professional services agreement with a management connection for organizational needs inventory and survey. I'd like the commission to have access to the raw data and feedback from those surveys once that's completed. That's the only one.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I have just a comment on number 3. I understand that that firm is not a local firm and just to monitor the performance and of that firm because, with temporary employment, a lot of it's local and so it's important, have a good database, so.
I saw that too, but I did see there was a pretty good committee of city and staff. I think it was 5.
Yeah, we had a local firm. They didn't apply. Well, they did apply, but they didn't submit their information properly, express employment, but we had. It's a tough labor market, regardless of who the entity is. They have to work it out. The one thing that staff recommended of this firm who's out of Houston is that they set up a local presence, and they've agreed to it. So we'll see what they.
Any additional discussion?
If it doesn't work out, we can.
Yeah, I need to look at the term. What's the term on this law?
The term is actually until 2023.
Well, it has the option to renew, I think.
Yes.
It's not a law.
After, yeah,
Pretty tight.
December 31st, 2023. Yes. And they do have already a local office here in the Valley.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Our next item is public hearings. Item 1, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2021-019 to amend the zoning map from residential estate RE to commercial corridor CC for Lot 15, Block 1, Rodeo Subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located at 2908 West Alton-Glore Boulevard, Brownsville, Texas, 78520, as shown in Exhibit A, District 4, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. So this is an upzone from residential estate to commercial corridor. The proposed use will be a veterinary clinic. This West Alton-Glore Boulevard. This is an aerial view of the property, along with the buffer line for the mailouts. There were 14 mailouts and 0 written opposition. This is a zoning map on Rodeo Subdivision. What predominates is residential estates. To the east, there is residential single family and also some agricultural use to the south. This is an aerial view. It is directly across the street from Ituria Elementary. A street view of the property, currently vacant.
That house on the left, is that the only structure between this property and the next street? The one that's on the left?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the proposed render of the vet clinic. A site plan. So P and Z did recommend approval to rezone from residential estate to commercial corridor, CC.
I think that's a good location because there's a lot of townships there that can really benefit from it.
Yeah, I know they're already in business, a couple of blocks down. Is that you all?
Yeah, it's probably here. We can have them come up. Just give us a chance to work through it and I'll call y'all up.
Yeah, I know they have their business a few blocks down. I spoke to the corner owners of the house and they're all, I mean, they're completely fine with it. I think
Okay, there was no written opposition.
no written opposition, and I actually called the owners of the house and they were perfectly fine with it. I didn't have anybody reach out to me about it.
That all you have?
Yes.
Okay, this is a public hearing. If there's anybody here who wishes to speak on the item, please go ahead and come up. They gave you the proxy vote. All right. got it.
So I'm Sherry Wooding, I'm the owner of the clinic. We opened a clinic just 3 years ago on the weekend, and it turns out that there's a huge need in Brownsville for us. We kind of outgrew the parking quickly. So my goal is just to move a couple blocks down. I want to be respectful. I want to be a good neighbor. I want it to be pretty. And then I'm also dedicated to providing public service for the city of Brownsville. Just want you to know that I understand that it's a responsibility, but I take it seriously.
And Doctor, this is my understanding. It's a pretty large lot. It's almost an acre, right? Is it 0.97 or something?
Yeah, so my goal is, right now, it's just, it's sometimes challenging to convince Southern veterinarians to work on the weekend. But my goal is to expand our hours so that we can be open more. We can not have to say no to so many people. And that would give me room for expansion in the future.
Yeah, I know you all are very busy.
Yeah, and we're grateful. We weren't anticipating it to grow that fast. So we're grateful for it.
So what will be your hours of operation?
So currently my hours of operation, when anybody who's been a working parent, it can be challenging to do all your basic stuff from 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. So I open the clinic, it's open Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So Wednesday and Thursday are Saturday and Sunday. And we're open from 10 to 6. We do surgeries, earlier, obviously, but open to the public 10 to 6. And of course, we don't leave at 6, but not when people do it.
Do you have any other questions from the commission?
No, I just want to thank you for dedicating your time to these animals in our community during the weekend, because God knows we have emergencies on the weekend. You're always there for them, so thank you.
Welcome. We do the best that we can, and I'm hoping to do.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
We have a motion to close in a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right.
Move to approve.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And for the record, my dog voted for it as well.
All of our dogs.
So did my cat.
Amen.
Thank you all.
Say thank you.
Item 2, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2021-020 to amend the zoning map from agricultural AG to residential single-family R1 for a tract containing 30.13 acres out of a 110-acre tract of land out of share number 4 of the Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at the intersection of Vasquez Road and US Highway 281, Brownsville, Texas, 78520, as shown in Exhibit A, District 4, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
So the use intended for this 30-acre tract is single-family dwelling. It is fronting Military Highway. The zoning will be going from agricultural district to residential single-family. This is the aerial map as well as the buffer. There were 11 mailouts. There was 0 opposition. predominating zoning in the area is agriculture. There's residential, single family to the south and some commercial corridor to the southeast. This is a bird's eye view of the property. As you can see, most of the land around it is undeveloped. A street view. And P and Z did recommend approval to go from agricultural district to residential single family.
This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here on this item? Okay, we have a motion to close?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, there any motions on the item?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Item 3, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2021-021 to amend the zoning map from agricultural AG to commercial corridor CC for 4.434 acres out of a part or portion out of Block 3, plat of subdivision of blocks 2, 3, 4, and 5, Villanueva subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located at 1985 U.S. Military Highway 281, Brownsville, Texas 78520, as shown in Exhibit A, District 4, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
This case is also very close to the previous two. It's fronting U.S. Military Highway 281. The property is about 4.4 acres. The proposed use will be a retail business, specifically Tractor Supply. The current zoning is agricultural district and it will be going to commercial corridor. This is the 200-foot buffer map with the aerial. There were 15 mailouts and 0 written opposition. The predominating zoning or split zoning would be agricultural district and also residential to the north. There is also some commercial all along the 281 corridor. A bird's eye view near the intersection of Alton Gore and US Highway 281. And this is the street view. As you can see there, the land is undeveloped. And P and Z did recommend approval to rezone from agricultural district to commercial corridor.
So it's not a secret that Tractor Supply is coming, right? Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not if we don't approve it.
That's right. I'll make the motion to close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion to close in a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, do we have any motions on the item?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have a quick question. That's near the Florida Mile.
Yes.
You know, any update on that potential bridge that was going to go there?
About 4 years ago, there was a study done again, but nothing concrete yet.
I think the last MPO meeting I went to last month, they did discuss it and they're still looking at it, but I don't see that there's funding allocated or anything else. Any other discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Now we can.
Now Tractor Supply is coming to Brownsville.
Item,
Commissioner Carter.
Woo-hoo, good job.
They're not.
Item 4, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2021-904 to amend the zoning map from residential suburban R2 to residential transition R3 for lots 1, 2, and 4, Block 1, San Rafael subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located near the intersection of North Central Avenue and Salida de Luna, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, District 2, Planning and Redevelopment.
So this is a city-initiated case. The proposed use will be for multifamily development. It is fronting North Central Avenue, and it will be upzoned from residential suburban to residential transition. Now, you guys may recall this intersection 2 city commission meetings ago. Lot 3 was rezoned and was approved at second reading. So Lot 3 has been completely rezoned to residential transition since we had a lot of inquiries about or interest to rezone this corner to a multifamily zoning. Staff decided to do a city initiated case for the remaining 3 lots of this subdivision. So this is the 200-foot buffer map. There were 31 mail lots, 0 written opposition. This is a zoning map. The predominating zoning is residential single family. There is light industrial to the west. Also a mixture of zoning to the south, a commercial corridor, residential corridor or regional corridor, I'm sorry. And staff does believe it's a good transition between the residential single family to the light industrial zoning. This is a bird's eye view. Also, there is some multifamily development to the north west of this property. This is street view. And P&Z did recommend approval to rezone from residential suburban to residential transition, R3.
Hearing, is there anybody here on this item? There a motion to close?
Second.
There a motion and a second.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Commissioner.
Item 5, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2021-1653C, providing for amendments to Chapter 38 of the city's Code of Ordinances, including A, revising provisions governing the preliminary panel, and B, allowing outside counsel to be engaged when an ethics complaint is filed against the city attorney.
Mayor and Commissioners, as we talk about the second set of changes, this was the input this is based off the input we received from the last workshop. The additions to the preliminary panel are that if a complaint is alleged against the city manager, city attorney, city commission, then that's when there's automatic just appointment of the sitting EAC members to fill those conflicted positions out. It's automatic by right. There's no decision that has to be made. It is now. And then also with the preliminary panel, there was a requirement that the preliminary panel issue a written findings for dismissals, but there wasn't a written process of findings process for the preliminary panel for all occasions. And so I think that's the commission directed me to make that change. So that's included. And then there was a pending change that outside counsel would be appointed if a complaint was filed against the city attorney. And so that's now memorialized as well.
It's good. Do you have any questions from the commission?
Did we already tackle, Victor, because I know one of the other things was, should something get past the preliminary panel that doesn't have merit, that the body then has the ability to issue a summary dismissal without having to go through the hearing?
And we talked about that, and I went back over the discussion at the last meeting, and the consensus was that as we continue to educate and better inform our preliminary panel members and our EAC, that mistake won't happen again.
The only thing, and then I think we're good with this. The only thing I'd ask is that we also work on developing a training deck for the preliminary panel.
Absolutely.
That's something I'd like to see as a commissioner.
And that I can work with you one-on-one.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here on this item? We have a motion,
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Any motions on the item? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Our next item is items for individual consideration. Item 1, consideration and action to approve a shared services agreement between the City of Brownsville and the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation for architectural and design build services related to the E-Bridge building. City Manager's Office.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is in support of BCIC's development and operation of the eBridge Center for Business and Commercialization. So prior to the city committing to the building, and that should read at 1304 East Adams to BCIC, the city did retain services from Robert J. Reese, architect, to provide architectural services and engineering services. So over the course of executing the project, the scope of work has increased, so that results in a revised budget. With the increased scope, there's adjusted fees proposal for architectural services. It is based on a percentage of the fee for the architect. BCIC is also addressing the additional scope of the second floor spaces at the building, and the total adjustments is $91,217. BCIC will be responsible for adjustments to the architect's fees due to the increase in the budget. And tonight here, we have the Executive Director for BCIC, Mr. Josh Mejia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Once more, we did see an increase in budgets for this construction, primarily due to the supply chain issues and all the other issues revolving construction costs during the time of the pandemic. However, we did receive some additional private funds to be able to build out some spaces in the second floor, and thus has triggered an increase of scope of services that were provided by the same architect. And we're taking advantage as well as for the contractor that's currently helping us construct this center as well. As Marina mentioned, this agreement all came about through the use of an existing contract that the city had signed off on with the current architect and his subcontractors for engineering. So what we would like to present is amending the agreement that the BCIC and the City of Brownsville has to be able to cover that increase in rate that we're now seeing as well on behalf of the architect and its vendors.
Any questions?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 2, consideration and action to approve a rates and charges study for Brownsville, South Padre Island International Airport as budgeted. Airport Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Francisco Partida, Interim Assistant Director for the Brownsville South Padre Island International Airport. We're presenting the rates and charges study, and this is the why, a breakdown of our primary revenue generators. 64% of them are our tenant leases, plus our airline leases, hangar leases, fuel flow, landing and parking fees. Over the years, we've tried to kept up with the industry. The last study that we were part of was 2017. So it's time to update, and it's part of our work plan. It does provide an independent approach to setting the rates and charges and keeping up with fair market value. It is part of the work plan, and it's funded by the general fund surplus funds for 2021.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I do have a question. What's the timeline for implementation? When will the study be ready? I didn't catch that in the materials. I may have just missed it.
I don't have it from the top of my head, but I can follow up with you.
Okay, any idea right?
It's about 18 months to finish the whole plan from, once it's awarded.
Okay, thanks. We did have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? It passes. Thank you.
Item 3, consideration and action to approve change order number 2 for IOC Company LLC in the amount of $30,250, project number ATE 34-0420 for the expansion and paving of the air carrier apron, Airport Department.
Once again, Mayor and Commissioners, Francisco Partida. This is just a small change order with unforeseen conditions found during the demolition of the old terminal and paving of the new ramp, phase 3 of the new terminal project. This was to remove a stormwater drain that was no longer needed and to stabilize some soil around it. It's a very small amount for the work performed. This is funded 100% by an FAA grant that was accepted by the City Commission on September of 2020. And there's a surplus or excess grant funding available that will cover this amount.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Item 4, consideration and action to approve supplemental amendment number 8 of task order 2 for Garver LLC in the amount of $184,000 for construction, administration, and field architectural and engineering services under project number ATE-39-0618 for apron expansion, Airport Department.
Mayor and Commissioners, once more. This is related to the phase 3, the apron or the terminal demolition and apron expansion. The schedule has run off longer than expected. So we need our construction management services team on board for the excess calendar days. And again, this is fully funded by the FAA grant accepted last year.
I did see mentions in there. I saw that Garver was recommending, I guess, if we pursue liquidated damages against contractors, that's something that we're going to be doing? Okay.
Yeah.
It's in excess of probably 200,000 now, right?
It is. So that'll be a separate issue. We do need to fund this before we get the liquidated damages. So that's why we're bringing this instead of just offsetting with the liquidated damages.
Gotcha.
But yeah.
I just wanted to ask about those liquidated damages. Make sure
Oh, yeah, we're pursuing those.
Okay.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second? A motion and a second. Any discussion?
Discussion. Just a note, since I see this is something working with architects, and this may not even be a factor in this particular contract, but one of the things I've noticed is architects down here seem to be very fond of crushed granite. And the city has a horrible record of maintaining that. And I know there at the airport, we've got some beautiful areas of it, but just 1 year old, it's completely overgrown. Get the architects away from that. Don't even let them recommend that anymore. Because that's more maintenance and upkeep for city staff, and we don't have the bandwidth for that. So just a note for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Item 5, consideration and action to approve an interlocal agreement between the City of Brownsville, Paseo de la Resaca Landscaping and Lighting District, a public improvement district created by the city in 1996, relating to the city providing $1,500,000 to the district to pay a portion of the cost of a drainage improvement project to repair and install bulkheads along the Resaca located within the district. City Manager's Office.
Mayor, members of the commission, my name is Noel Valdez. I'm with the law firm of McCall, Parkhurst and Orden. It's been our pleasure and honor to serve as bond counsel to the city. Usually you would see Tom Spurgeon, my partner from San Antonio here, but he cannot be here tonight. So it's a pleasure to introduce myself to you all tonight. What you are considering tonight is an interlocal agreement with the Paseo de la Rasca Landscaping and Lighting District. It's a public improvement district that was created by the city back in 1996. The project that's being undertaken right now is within the district. There is a need for bulkheading, a drainage project. The drainage project is owned by the city but maintained by the PID. The PID has also approached two MUDs within the district to participate in this particular project. The PID has then come to the city and asked the city to participate in the amount of $1,500,000. I will say that this is not a grant by the city. This is actually a contribution to project cost by the city to the PID that will be reimbursed by the PID through assessments over a period of 20 years. And so the amount to be provided and to the PID will be provided by January 31st, I believe, 2022. At such time that the money's provided, any outstanding amounts are going to be accumulating interest at 2.46%. Like I said, once the reimbursements come back, those will be in roughly equal amounts over a period of 20 years, and they will be paid by the assessments levied within the PID. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
That payback over 20 years will carry that interest?
Yes, sir. On any unreimbursed, any amounts still outstanding, yes, will still carry the interest.
That's the way I understood it. I just wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Just one. One of the concerns I've received from some of my constituents with regard to the bulkheads being put in along these waterways is wildlife access, especially when you have smaller ducklings and smaller creatures, the babies. Well, mom and dad have no problem flying out and over the bulkhead, getting back to the bank, but the babies have trouble with that. But they don't want to see them trapped in the bulkhead with no way out. Is that something that's being considered as these designs are moving forward?
Okay, and that's
Mr. Hudson here. Yeah, that's not legal. I don't see.
It's above his pay grade.
I figured it's specific to this item. So my question.
$100 an hour.
Mr. Hudson's gonna be here.
Meeting tomorrow that I'll be attending, so I can ask.
Please.
But he did send an email on what they're doing for vegetation, wildlife protection. So we'll bring it up. Yeah.
So your law.
That was my question.
No, but the.
Non-business related. So we had to discuss it outside of that. Like he assured us and walked us through the project team and who they were looking out for those issues. So I'll be there tomorrow.
I'll ask.
Please. Thank you.
Any additional discussion?
The only comment I'll make, Mayor, is we're using bridge funding for this. We have money in general fund. But the proposal is, and they didn't make reference in the interlocal agreement to what funding source, it's any funding source. But what we're trying to do is just maximize that fund balance to just have more money come in to fund our capital outlay and our fleet programs. So we're not using general fund here. We'd rather get the most out of the bridge fund.
Okay, thanks. Any additional discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Item 6, consideration and action to approve a development agreement, project and finance plan between the City of Brownsville, the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 4, and Madeda Properties Limited, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the commission. Rick Foskis with the Planning Department. Representatives from Madeda are here tonight. Dennis Sanchez and Bill Calderon are in the back, ready to answer any questions the commission may have for the developers. First slide. Oh. So the City of Brownsville engaged Verdunity Inc. Verdunity is an engineering and planning firm that focuses on assisting communities with developing sustainable economic development models. They assisted the City of Brownsville with developing a guide for policy and spending decisions. Their approach is to focus on revenue per acre and not assess value, and to support revenue positive land development patterns. Their finding for Brownsville found that mixed use patterns generate higher revenue to the city's general fund, and when communities factor in the burden of permanent maintenance and operation cost and long-term infrastructure replacement cost, you have a more robust analysis of economic development projects.
And finally, they suggested the city evaluate the return on investment on the expenditure of city tax revenue, basically defining that as how much revenue the city receives through property taxes and what will be spent on services. When Verdunity completed their work, we engaged the TXP firm out of Austin, which is an economic development consulting firm, to evaluate the Madera proposal on behalf of the city of Brownsville. TXP found that the revenue forecast provided by the developer based on their master plan was reasonable. They determined that the potential revenue from the TERS to the city over the 30-year life of the TERS would be approximately $175.4 million, that there would be a positive ROI for our general fund, and that in looking at Madera's acreage and comparing the current city of Brownsville average taxable value, the Madera project's about 33% higher than the city's current per acre taxable value. They also found that when you calculate short-term maintenance and operation plus long-term infrastructure replacement costs, that would be about $4,500 per acre. And after evaluating the totality of the project, they projected a surplus of approximately $3,800 per acre, or 46% of revenue would be returned to the general fund in the project. Just some background for our new commissioners on the Madera project. It started back in October of 2018. Madera submitted a proposal to the city of Brownsville. The staff reviewed the proposal and provided input back to the developers over a time period between 2018 and December of 2020, when the city commission through ordinance created TERS number 4, the TERS number 4 board. And on May 2021, a departure from typical TERS processes, the Cameron County requested that the city enter into an interlocal agreement with the county to govern the county's participation in the TERS, and that was led by the city manager and the city attorney. And we do have that interlocal agreement incorporated into the final structure of the agreement. In July and August of 2021, final TERS board members were appointed. And on December 7th, the TERS board met to review the proposed project agreement, the draft project plan and finance plan, and forwarded a recommendation to the city commission. The chair of the commission couldn't be here tonight as chair of the TERS board. He was tied up in a meeting, but he did ask me to make the TERS board recommendation on his behalf. So the TERS board is recommending to the city commission that the final development agreement be for a 30-year term, that 50% of the ad valorem generated through the TERS will be available for the project reimbursement fund, and that the project reimbursement fund financed through the 50% of the ad valorem be capped at $90 million. In addition to that, $90 million is an $8 million utility transmission line relocation project that we discussed with the city commission in executive session. That is not currently included in the project plan. However, the city manager's office will work with the developer to identify a source of the $8 million. We'll be looking to our economic development agencies, as well as potentially the PUB transfer or a PID bond as a potential source of revenue to fund the $8 million utility transmission bearing project. The TERS itself could be considered as a funding source, but that would require that it come back to the city commission for an amendment to the agreement if you're going to use additional ad valorem tax revenue to fund that project. So the Madera project funding structure looks like this. The total construction costs for the project are $302 million. The developer will be financing approximately $130 million of the development costs. The city of Brownsville will be contributing 50% of its projected tax revenue, which will be $90 million. Cameron County has already approved and contractually agreed to $57 million contribution of their M&O tax rate. And that leaves a balance of $25 million that the TERS will be looking to fund projects from either a PID, Municipal Management District, BCIC, GBIC, or again, come back to the commission to the TERS with the TERS amendment for additional funding request. And this is just a breakdown of the type of land development that will take place on the project. On the residential side, there'll be single family, attached and detached, townhomes, quadplexes, garden apartments, small lot, medium and large lot development, totaling somewhere around 600 million in ad valorem value. And then on the commercial side, they're envisioning convenience stores, grocery stores, power centers, flex retail, business park, medical, as well as a hotel project generating about 400 million in value. And with that, the development team is here if you have any questions, or they can come on up if you have any questions for them.
Have any questions from the commission? Okay. Ready for motion?
To approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Item 7, consideration and action to discuss and approve resolution number 2021-091, authorizing publication of notice of intention to issue certificate obligation to finance certain capital improvements. Financial Services Department.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is going to be presented by external representative, Noel Valdez, and we have Andreas Ortiz, there he is. I believe he has a presentation ready for us to go. So Andreas, why don't you introduce yourself and give us a presentation for this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Andres Diamond Ortiz, and I'm with Estrada Hinojosa. With us again is Noel Valdez as well, your bond counsel from McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton. Tonight, as is customary, we're going to present a plan of finance for the upcoming Series 2022 Certificates of Obligation with a projected project fund of about 22.275 million. So I'm going to go over about 4 slides in this presentation, starting with slide 1. Next slide, please. This is a layout of your existing debt. The table on the left shows all of the bond issues that are still outstanding, and those total to about 171 million. Of that debt, about 90 million is eligible for refinancing at their respective call date. If you were to aggregate all the debt service for those bond issues and lay it out on an annual basis, you get the graph on the right made up of the green bars representing principal and the gray bars representing interest. So for instance, in 2022, you'll be paying about 14 million in principal and about $6 million in interest. The debt service is descending, which is very good for the city because it gives it the ability to issue debt in the future within the capacity, within basically the white spots that you see in the graph. Your current M&O tax rate is 44 cents, and your current INS tax rate is about 25.5 cents. The existing ratings for the city are AA for S&P, AA3 for Moody's, and AA- for Fitch. Let's go to slide 3 now. Next slide. This is a preliminary sources and uses table. If we were to go to market today, we would likely get a par amount of 18 million and premium of close to 4 million for a total sources of 22.6 million. That 22.6 million would then be used to finance the project fund deposit of 22.275 million. Estimated cost of issuance of 200,000. That cost of issuance includes our fees, bond counsel's fees, the attorney general's fees, rating fees, etc. And estimated underwriter's discount of about 125,000. That's basically what you have to pay the underwriters that the city will hire to market their obligations to the public. Next slide. The purpose of this slide is to show the projected tax rate impact of the debt that's about to be issued. So this slide shows what your tax rate, calculated tax rate would be in the absence of this debt. So we just look at the existing debt, which is the first column. You have about payments of about $20 million. If we work our way to the right, you'll see that Part of that debt is supported by your enterprise funds through self-supporting debt service and from contributions from JBIC and BCIC for the airport project, giving you a net debt service of about 17 million or so. That amount is brought about through a tax levy, so based on your net taxable assessed valuation. So as I said earlier, your INS tax rate is currently 25.5 cents, and that generates sufficient revenue off of a net taxable value of 7.7 billion to raise that 17 or 18 million dollars worth of net debt service. And then you'll see that we put in a projection out for future years of a 1% growth in your assessed valuation. And then the final column is basically the estimated tax rate that it will take by the city to pay off that debt. Next slide. On this slide, and there seems to be some weirdness in the top left-hand side. I'm not sure what happened there, but this layers in the remaining or the projected debt service for the 22.275 million, which we anticipate right now at current market plus an interest rate cushion, you'd get a rate of about 2.83. So that yellow highlighted column shows what we project the debt service will be on this 22.275 million issue. And then we also layer in what we see as projected issuances for the next 3 years to arrive at a total debt service in that column G. Again, we subtract any self-supporting debt service and any contributions from JBIC and BCIC to come up with your net debt service. And if you look at the total required INS tax rate, which is to the far right, you'll see that the city is able to fund all these projects and still maintain a tax rate on the INS side of about 25.5 cents. And one other thing that I want to point out on this slide is towards the bottom, you'll see I have a box that shows your debt at issuance and what the percentage of debt is as a percent of your assessed valuation. So once this $22.275 million issue is done, you'll have about 190 million in debt outstanding, which represents about 2.45 of your as a percentage of the assessed valuation. And as you go on in the future, because you're making payments of about $14 million in principal annually and only adding about $10 million in new debt, your actual debt goes down, especially as a percentage of the assessed valuation, since the assessed valuation is assumed to grow. So you'll go from about a 2.45 down to about a 2.16. On the next slide, we present a preliminary timetable. Tonight, we adopt, or the commission would adopt, the resolution authorizing the publication of a notice of intent for the COs. We published the notice of intent twice, and we project to price the certificates on January 31st, 2022, and have the commission adopt an ordinance to sell the certificates the following day on February 1, 2022, with a closing on March 2nd, 2022. That pretty much concludes my presentation. I'm open to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Andres. Do we have any questions from the commission? I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 8, consideration and action to discuss and approve resolution number 2021-092, expressing official intent to reimburse with tax exempt obligation proceeds costs associated with certain capital improvements. Financial Services Department.
Yeah, for this, we're gonna have Noel Valdez walk us through a very short presentation.
And Mayor, members of the commission, what this item does, this is a federal tax law requirement. What you're approving right now is what we call reimbursement resolution. It preserves the city's ability to be able to reimburse itself for capital expenditures that the city makes prior to the issuance of bonds. So this resolution, as Elizabeth said, there's certain items that would be to the city's benefit to attain now and pay for now. Well, at the time that you receive proceeds, you'd be able to reimburse yourself with those proceeds. This resolution doesn't obligate you to issue debt. It's just merely a federal tax law requirement.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner.
Item 9, consideration and action to acknowledge the finance director's financial statements and cash investment report, City of Brownsville. Fourth quarter ended September 30th, 2021. Financial Services Department.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. Jesus Yanes with Financial Services Department, and I'm here tonight to present the financial statements, summary of the financial statements and investment report for the quarter ended September 30, 2021. I'd like to begin by presenting some financial highlights for fiscal year 2021. I'd like to note that the general fund revenues and transfers from other funds totaled 136.5 million for the year. General fund expenditures and transfers to other funds totaled 112.4 million. Sales tax revenues totaled 36.6 million for the year. Property tax collections were 52.5 million. The cash transfer from BPUB totaled 20.2 million. Outstanding debt at year end is 171.1 million. And the city landfill generated 16.3 million of revenues from landfill fees, garbage collection fees, and environmental protection fees. The Veterans Bridge payments from Cameron County totaled 2.5 million for the year. I'm going to go into some general fund information. This chart presents a comparison of general fund revenues between fiscal year 2021 and 2020, as well as a comparison to the budget. I'd like to note here that the amended budget revenues totaled 112.9 million. Revenues across all sources totaled 124.2 million. Transfers from other funds totaled 12.4 million. And overall, fiscal year 2021 revenues and transfers from other funds exceeded budgeted expectations by 23.7 million. Fiscal year 2021 revenues exceeded the 2020 revenues by $22.7 million. And I'll go, in the next slides, I'll go into a little more detail on the three, you can see there, sales taxes, property taxes, and the BPUB cash transfer were the highest revenues sources. So some sales tax highlights. We'd like to note that city sales tax revenue, as I mentioned, totaled 36.6 million for the year. This was a 5.6 million or 17.9% increase compared to fiscal year 2020 receipts. On the right-hand side, the chart there presents the monthly revenue sales tax receipts with a percentage comparison to the same period in the previous year. So we'd like to note that the months of March and April experienced the greatest increases in sales tax receipts, with March 2021 experiencing an increase of approximately 1.3 million or 52% compared to the same period in the previous year. April 2021 experienced an increase of about approximately $1 million or 48% compared to the same period in 2020. And then we can see from April onwards, it was about 25% or so. This chart presents a trend of the sales tax actuals versus budgets. And you can see here that the city sales tax revenue ended 8.5 million over the budgeted amount. And it is important to note that sales tax revenues had been budgeted conservatively just due to the uncertainties that the COVID-19 pandemic brought on. For property tax highlights, I just presented some of the property tax information. The property tax rate for fiscal year 2021 was 0.697964. And you can see there that the allocation was approximately 63% to general fund M&O and about 37% to debt service. I also wanted to just kind of show you all the top 10 taxpayers. So that the Sunrise Mall, Valley Regional Medical Center, Valley Baptist Medical Center, of course, HEB down there at number 5. So I thought it'd just be some interesting information for y'all to note. Current fiscal year tax collections totaled 52.5 million. You can see here that the adjusted tax levy for fiscal year 2021 was 51.8 million. And property tax collections were very good for the year with approximately 50.9 million or 98% of the current year levy being collected. That's compared to about 96% in previous year. We still are collecting taxes on prior years. And for that fiscal year 2021, that totaled approximately 1.6 million of prior year taxes that were collected. You can see on the chart that most of our collections, of course, happen in October, November, and December when they get discounts for paying their property taxes early, and then it tapers off after February when they're due. This one is, you can see here that there was a very big increase in our PUB cash transfer. The total was approximately 20.2 million, an increase of about 9 million or 81% compared to prior year. And this was mainly due to those high off-system energy sales that BPUB experienced during the February winter event. Utility services just represent the value of the services of utility services, the lights that BPUB provides to the city. Some of the other general fund revenues, just to highlight that intergovernmental revenue, you can see there had a big increase compared to prior year. It's primarily attributed to an 8.2 million of coronavirus relief funds grant that was received that was recognized. The revenue, it was received in fiscal year 2020, but the revenue was not recognized due to timing until fiscal year 2021. There was also a $2.6 million grant for the immigrant influx, so for COVID testing. Fees and services decreased during the year due to a decrease in ambulance services, fire run protection fees, and the library cafe revenues. And those were surprisingly approximately $200,000 of library cafe revenues. So it was interesting to see that decline. Fines and forfeitures, mainly just a general decline in municipal court activity during the year. And interest income, of course, that was a big decline due to interest rates declining. This chart presents general fund expenditures, a comparison between the current year and previous year. I'd like to note that the amended budget expenditures totaled 121.7 million. Expenditures across all functions totaled 112.4. Transfers to other funds were approximately 4.5 million. And overall, the fiscal year 2021 expenditures and transfers to other funds came under budget by approximately 9.2 million. While some of the categories seemed like they had big fluctuations, I'd like to note that there was only about approximately 1.3 million increase compared to prior year. And some of those fluctuations between public health and public safety are attributed to some of the police and public safety salaries being included under the public health category in the previous year because they were being refunded or reimbursed by the coronavirus relief funds. So a lot of that was being allocated to public health and the COVID mitigation. What all that represents is a increase to the unassigned fund balance of approximately $24.7 million. So the general fund ended the year with an unassigned fund balance of $52.4 million. This increase is again attributed to the strong sales tax performance and that increase in the BPUB cash transfer. I'd like to note that 16.8 million of that surplus has been earmarked already for expenditures and projects in accordance with the city's surplus funding policy statement. And then the remaining 35.6 million just represents a reserve. You can see there of approximately 116 operating days in accordance with the city's minimum assigned fund balance policy. So, and I believe the policy states that there should be at least a minimum of 90 days. So we're well over those 90 days. This next slide just presents a breakdown of those $16.8 million that have already been earmarked by department as well as by category. I'd like to note that there's an additional $1.7 million of sales tax surplus funding that's being allocated. And some of those items being considered includes an OPEB contribution of $500,000, contribution for the mobility plan of $400,000, a reimbursement to the Streets and Drainage Fund for the Dana Road project of approximately $300,000, acquisition of the right-of-way for the West Rail Trail of $100,000. And then yet there's some items yet to be determined how much will be funded. This slide, that was all for the general fund. This slide presents a summary of the financials for some of the other funds that the city manages. I'd like to note the Convention and Tourism Fund, those $1.6 million in revenues are the city's hotel and motel tax revenues. In the Debt Service Fund, I'd like to note there that we did issue approximately $42.9 million of refinancing debt during the year. In the Airport Fund, non-operating revenues include $7.2 million of grant revenues, as well as a transfer from the general fund of $1.2 million. I'd also like to note that approximately $15.8 million of note proceeds were transferred over for the airport terminal project. And then public transit, you can see operating revenues are approximately $1.1 million, but yet operating expenses are $6.6 million. The difference there is being funded by grant revenues. So you can see there that grant revenues totaled approximately $4.9 million for the year, as well as the general fund transferring $250,000 for an operating share match and $136,000 for a match to their capital. Then we also have the rest of the enterprise funds there, landfill, as I had mentioned, 16.3 million, and our golf center and our sports parks. This is a breakdown of our employee benefits fund. The pie chart there shows a breakdown of the expenditures by category. I'd like to note that there was approximately $15 million of fund revenues in this fund, and about $14.9 million of claims. The revenues include $11.7 million of the city's contributions. Employee and retiree contributions totaled $2.6 million, while reimbursements and rebates totaled approximately $600,000. On the expenditure side, fiscal year 2021 claims totaled approximately $13.1 million. And those claims were approximately 1.3 million or 11% higher compared to prior year. The next slides are going to present some economic indicators that I think are important to present to you all this evening. The Veterans Bridge revenues and crossings. I'd like to note that overall, across all categories, the bridge crossings totaled 1.4 million for the year, an increase of about 5% compared to the previous year. Commercial vehicle crossings totaled $258,000, or an increase of 10% from the prior year. And the chart there at the bottom left presents the Veterans Bridge revenues, which again were about 2.5 million for the year. A little bit under budget, but we're still pending the September payment to be received from Cameron County. We estimate that to be about $225,000. So once we receive that, we'll be slightly above our budgeted Veterans Bridge revenues. Building permits analysis. This is, I believe, the feel is an important analysis to make, as sustained increases in construction and permit values typically indicate a growth in the economy, while conversely any declines in the permits would be indicative of a contraction in the economy. I'd like to note that the permits that were issued increased by about 5.1%. But more importantly, the value of those permits that were issued increased by about 32%. So there was about a $44.6 million increase in the permit values compared to the previous year. Of course, again, this is important because it boosts the construction industry, and as well as hopefully it boosting our sales tax, continue to boost our sales tax revenues through that. And it'll positively impact our future tax levies as well. The unemployment rate analysis, this shows the unemployment rate since January 2020 through September in 2021. And here I'd like to note that the year ended, the unemployment rate at September 30 was 7.4%, and it's starting to reach pre-pandemic levels. See there that it was 6.9% in January 2020. I'd also like to note that the city's trend follows what the state and the county is experiencing. So hopefully this will also mean that individuals will have more disposable income and continue to boost our sales taxes as well. And lastly, I'd like to present the city's investment report. Here, I'd like to note that the total market value for the city's investments were approximately 91.4 million at the end of the year. And you can see there the pie chart, how they were allocated. About 65% are in interest-bearing demand accounts. There's a little bit, 250,000 in certificates of deposit. We also have some in the public funds investment pools. And then there's also some in the TD Ameritrade investment account. I'd like to also note there at the bottom, the weighted average yield is about 66.66%. And that is very far down compared to what the interest rate yield was in the previous year. And with that, concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions y'all may have.
It's a good presentation. It was really easy to understand.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I think it's mostly because it was all mostly good news. Yeah, we can keep this. I think we'll be doing pretty good, but I know that we had a couple windfalls with PV and some other grants, but it's a good, I guess, some goals for next year.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
I'll move to acknowledge the reports.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to acknowledge. Any discussion?
Aye.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those-
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Item 10, consideration and action to award a contract, RFQ number BMP-42-0521 for the mobility plan to Alliance Transportation Group Incorporated in the amount of $652,316, multimodal transportation.
So Mayor, City Commissioners, good afternoon or good evening. We're finally in one of the final stages for the mobility plan. It's something that we and staff has been working on for the past year and a half. It's been a back and forth on the scope of work, making sure that the needs of the city are met within this mobility plan. This is a long-term blueprint for the city. And so I do have a quick presentation on how this fits into a more comprehensive plan that cities normally do. And so the mobility plan is more of a chapter within that, similar to what the Unified Code, Development Code did, the UDC. This is one of those robust components within that overall master plan. And so what we did with this mobility plan is it's more of into several plans that sometimes are standalone, a lump sum into this to get more bang for the buck, as you say. And so obviously it would do the existing conditions. We'll look at the gap analysis, involve the public. That is one of the number one things we want to make sure that the stakeholders and the community is involved in this process. And make sure that we plan ahead. If we have drones flying in here, how will that look like? How does that integrate into our own transportation system? And at the same time, how does that connect on trails and our roadways and our buses? Thoroughfare planning. Thoroughfare planning is one of those essential items. We were here last week, kind of piecemeal and doing a Band-Aid on our current thoroughfare plan because we don't have a robust, and so here the consultant will come in and redo our thoroughfare plan and make sure that we preserve that right of way that is needed for that future roadway in 10, 15 years down the line. Smart City program, as we head into the future, we have a Tesla office here. And so some of these cars and most companies will start connecting to our infrastructure. How would that look like? What does that mean for us? Some of these roadways will start becoming autonomous. What does that mean for our infrastructure? And so we want to make sure we're on top of our game as we get some of these tech companies down here. They're able to drive or have their vehicles connected to our own infrastructure. And lastly, and this is an important one, is our roadway impact fee. How do we get a new funding mechanism to fund roadways? We have development that comes in that adds certain cars, certain vehicles into our own infrastructure. How do we make sure that business pays for some of the infrastructure or some of the needed streets, added improvements into our, and so I added a few slides. Normally funding for capital for infrastructure, there's sales tax, there's bonding, there are some grants out there. But normally that's based on the local entity, the local taxes, our community. And I don't think we want to tax what we have currently. Relying on more into a impact fee, I think it alleviates from the community of paying more taxes, relies more on the business that comes in. And so it is allowed under our Texas Government Code, Chapter 395, for that specifically. It is one of our costliest components of this mobility plan. And so we did break out, we asked the consultant to come in and look at, okay, give us the best and final, give us the lean, what does this mean? We negotiated, we changed the scope of work. We want to make sure that we actually got what we need. So this project is developed into several tasks, project management, existing conditions, public participation plan, future trends, thoroughfare planning, smart city program, transportation and mobility master, obviously how they prepare, and then lastly, the roadway impact fee. So I will say that the roadway impact fee is the highest component of the plan, but I believe it will bring the most return on investment. The consultant will come in and evaluate what is our best formula for this area that doesn't heavily tax the business coming in, but it does help to develop our needs here. And so we did ask our consultant, Alliance Transportation Group, we do have them online. I think Jory is online. And so Jory, go ahead and take it away. I know I have control of the PowerPoint.
Yes, thank you, Joel. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to present on the ATG team's proposed scope of work for the upcoming mobility plan. Joel hit on a bunch of the really important topics, so I'll hopefully help
bring it up a little.
Hard to hear.
As we step through this. Can you hear me okay?
Better.
There you go.
That sounds a bit better. If you can speak closer to your mic, Jory.
Got it. Sorry about that. So I'm Jory Dilly, Vice President of Planning here at Alliance Transportation Group in Austin, Texas. Joining me today, this evening, is Mr. Ben Meggion, Deputy Project Manager. We've pulled together what we believe to be a very strong team with extensive local knowledge for this project. And so expanding a little bit on what is a mobility plan, and before I jump into all the details, we wanted to lay the foundation of what we envision for a successful Brownsville mobility plan for the city that's so unique and vibrant in its character. We want to carry forward that character to showcase the city's ability to be progressive while also keeping its heart. You know, we heard from the St. Joseph Academy earlier and the Cardinals youth football team. That's important. We want to make sure that type of character and heart carries forward with the progression, which also kind of goes back to that balance. We believe the project scope represents a coordinated strategy that's a range of futures. We've had a lot of change recently with the pandemic. We've had the opportunity to see what that would be like when folks are working from home more, or they're not taking transit as much. So we've had recent events that could really showcase how to plan and move forward. Next slide, please. I'm just going to step through a few more additional slides here for you. Thanks, sir. And so the first thing I thought would be great to present to y'all tonight would be, what can you expect out of this plan? There's a lot of layers. It's going to be a high-level presentation tonight, but there's definitely a lot of layers, and we'll have y'all involved a lot throughout this. But essentially, you're going to have a unifying force tying everything together that is created from the community vision. Joel mentioned how does this incorporate with other plans as well as a comprehensive plan. This plan can not only be incorporated, but it can help enhance that. We want it to be community driven, something where the community's voice is heard throughout from the beginning from the start till the end. That's an important element, as well as being strategic. It's not a cookie cutter approach in any city, but especially for the city of Brownsville, which is very progressive in nature. And we want to make sure we bring that to the city and be sure to include all the elements that are impacting the residents and the employers of the city. We also understand it's important for it to be aesthetically pleasing, something that you could kind of advertise and mention, but also employers and companies and how to incorporate their goods movement as well as tourism and attract other residents to the city. So having a great mobility plan in place helps plan for that. We talked about the roadway impact fee. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. It's important to also carry forward the infographics, brochures, and presentations that'll go along with a mobility plan so you can spread that message. And then, of course, implementation. How do you make it all happen? That sometimes gets lost in these plans, but that's really important. 8 tasks, Joel stepped through those. So next slide, please. We'll step through each of these here in a minute. This is kind of the roadmap of how we envision this. We believe it to be city directed and community driven. And then as you follow that road path along, that simply is our tasks, existing conditions, public participation, and I'll step through each of those. So next slide, please. And so city directed, what do we mean there? Essentially, it starts with strong project management and frequent collaboration with city staff to set and maintain the direction. We feel very strongly about our local knowledge and local understanding, but we definitely want to embrace the concept of having staff involved and having leadership involved early and often. And then also doing the timely briefings such as this, which this is a great opportunity to be able to present this in front of you all today so that as those briefings come about, you have a great baseline for that. Next slide, please. Community driven, engage there with the community, understanding what do their daily commutes look like? What's it look like as they go to the grocery store or dropping off their kids? What that daily trip looks like for them. So incorporating those along on top of the data really helps bring a strong plan in place. The next slide, sir. Existing conditions, inventory, and gap analysis. This is kind of that data baseline. We pull the big data together. A lot of great work has already been done in the area. So we would take that work that's been done on the active plan as well as some of the transit plan, tying that together and to not disregard that, but to build on that and build on the data that was collected during that as the performance measures were reviewed, and then incorporating that into an easily digestible fashion into reports, memos, and presentations to help streamline the decision-making process. And tools, but also being adaptive. So understanding now we're kind of in this hybrid environment. And so how do we make sure that the folks in person or online are getting the same attention as the folks in person, as well as being continuous. You don't want it to drop off. Also engaging the stakeholders. There's a diverse set of stakeholders in the city. And so we think that's very important to engage that group early as well and keep them engaged in stakeholder meetings, have some of those stakeholders be part of steering committee meetings to help lead the project along so that we can not only be, not doing it in a vacuum, we're doing it together with a lot of collaboration. Next slide, please, sir. One example, this was great. Half Associates pulled this together, this kind of targeted outreach. The city manager bike ride that was completed earlier this year. We really believe in those types of activities to get out there, be part of the community, get that feedback. It's essentially the best way to get that local experience, like I mentioned earlier. Next slide. This plan, I think I've said this plan's unique, or the city's unique a few times. I think that really ties into this portion of the plan and how we can tackle that. Right below the roadway impact fee funding for this project, this is next. We've categorized this as being a strong element of what the plan needs, is understanding what's ahead, what's coming next. You have your typical, review growth patterns, traffic demand, it's been changing recently with the pandemic, but also things you heard Joel mention about the commercial space industry, as well as just the airport needs that we heard earlier. Also integrating the potential impacts of the programs like SpaceX. What does that mean in terms of not only the tourism side of it, but also the goods movement, getting those large trucks there to carry the equipment? How do you route plan for those? Having that included in the planning is extremely important. And then, so based on the future conditions, it's also good to do scenario planning. So that's going to be a major component of it, where we look at different alternatives that could be short-term, long-term, or kind of that ongoing approach. So we'll be sure to include that as well. Next slide, please. And thoroughfare plan, that's as part of this plan, we definitely want to continue to not be blinded by these unique needs, but also incorporate the necessary needs, such as a thoroughfare. We need to review and identify different, the area that recently received a big housing development. Having that as part of the plan is critical. So that'll be a big component of our efforts. Next slide, please. Smart city program development, being ready for what's next, having that ability to just be ready for autonomous vehicles, manned drones, doing what we have included in scope, the benefit to cost analysis as well, on what it would take and what's the ROI, the return on investment, in terms of like if that is implemented by the city, what they can expect. What are the penetration rates of autonomous vehicles? How would that change the daily travel times, the daily commutes? All that can be accomplished in this smart city program development. Next few slides, 3 more slides, I believe is what I have. Roadway impact fee, real high level. Again, our teaming partner, Friesen Nichols, who have had tremendous amount of experience with this, are going to be leading this task for us. They've done a lot of work in the area, around the state as well as the country, but the idea is a concurrent review with the mobility plan to serve as a baseline for the development of the impact fee program. As that's kind of adopted, that's when you would identify the public hearing process for potential imposition of the roadway impact fees in Brown. On my conversations with the group there, one key element is the coordination with the developers, the education, making sure that that's understood how the process works. Joel mentioned it's a mechanism out of Chapter 395. The service areas on top of that, how are they changing? How do you implement the fee in different areas based on the land use assumptions? Doing the unit, as well as the process of the component process you see there, involving the committee as well as the 2-step hearing process. Next slide, sir. This, I believe, maybe my last slide or close to it. So just a few additional components of what that looks like, how that's done. Again, lots of details here, but essentially looking at assessments versus collections, benchmarking those fees. And then again, the policy considerations. Policy is going to come into play quite a bit in this plan, but is those considerations based on residential versus a non-residential rate? Do you target a particular industry? Or do you look at a delayed start? How does the city want to handle that? Those are all things we're going to look into. And that concludes my presentation. I really appreciate the time. I kind of buzzed through that, but there's definitely a lot of layers. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? That was a good comprehensive presentation, I think, so. Thank you. We understand. And Alliance is the ones, they've been involved, I think, before we hired them last time, but I know that they did some for the other MPOs, correct?
Correct. So they've been hired before by the RGV MPO to do their regional. And so that helps us since they have that data collected from last year. And so there's some salary or some savings there. Yes.
Do we have any motions?
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
Item 11, consideration and action to discuss and approve resolution number 2021-098, authorizing
City Manager's Office and GBIC with a proposal to, in compliance with Section 34, providing all services from the various entities to one consolidated effort. To amend the CEO paragraph to provide that the deputy city manager serve as GBIC's CEO, make that official into the bylaws, and that GBIC shall reimburse the city for costs of services provided to the deputy city manager. There's already provision in section 412 that provides for the reimbursement costs. The amendment as proposed just memorializes.
And a second, any discussion?
Discussion. Is it best worded this way, that it's automatic? Because that would mean if Ms. Ramirez, for example, were to resign because she had a better offer, and Mr. Bernal promotes someone to the position of deputy city manager, now de facto, they are the CEO of GBIC without us looking at their skills in that area. But because they're the deputy city manager, they're now the CEO, correct?
That's the way it's drafted.
That's the way it reads. Yep.
And is that what we want? I understand as far as the reimbursement to the city, but my only question is the wording is, should it say that it's automatic, or should it say that when the deputy city manager is the CEO of GBIC, the city shall be reimbursed by GBIC versus it being automatic?
I think you would default to having it being automatic, just to prevent, just a.
We'll have to come back and re-amend.
Well, no, I think it's just a consideration of when the person to replace the deputy city manager, that's their skill sets would be taken into account for that.
And does this address, or does it need to, it may already be taken care of in other sections, the chain of command in their capacity as CEO of GBIC?
It's already, their duties and responsibilities as CEO are identified already throughout that.
But do they still report to the city manager as the CEO of GBIC?
No, in the bylaws, it specifically states that they are the main administrative officer.
And they report to the board?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. They will report to the board.
Just want to make sure that's clear.
Any additional discussion?
One more question. On the funding, the reimbursement, is that for 100% of the salary, or is that a set percentage, or how is that determined?
It's not determined. It just 4.12 just says that through the shared services agreement that it would be agreed upon, which that agreement comes before this commission.
Okay. That's something
The best would be probably a cost accounting of the percentage of work. You can get crazy. I think something like whatever her duties are respectively, 60-40, 50-50, something like that would make sense. I think that can be analyzed. And I think the intent is to create more alignment, but also to create more efficiency. Section 5.12, when that was adopted, that was the intent, to really harmonize the work of GBIC with the work of the city relative to economic development. So that's part of the commission's goals for growing the tax base, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it all kind of filtered into the decision-making process that the board, or that the commission took part in, but the role itself will create alignment. It doesn't go the whole way to make it a department. It respects the boundaries, but it does create alignment in terms of the importance of economic focus for the city in that role.
And I think the only other question I'd have is, once we determine what percentage is appropriate based on the work assignments, the savings that the city nets from that, how will
The automatic, kind of like the automatic provision. Great that Helen's in that role, but I'm always concerned about future ramifications in case there's a change of personnel. But I do feel comfortable though that the city commission can change this if we see that.
I understand the question, the points made earlier now. Yes, you could definitely amend the bylaws at that point.
How does That just brought a new question in my mind. So then the board of GBIC will have no say in who their CEO is. Only the city manager who hires the deputy city manager will be the sole determining individual.
I would say the commission through the manager more than anything, because you all can still alter the bylaws and choose to change that.
And I would say an additional provision is like with any legislature is the appropriations. So that shared services agreement comes before this commission.
Right, but.
And so you could just not.
Because the GBIC CEO answers not to the city manager, not to the commission, but to the GBIC board, then that does bring into question the ability to hire and fire the CEO. If the GBIC board is for some reason unsatisfied with that individual, then are they going to have the ability to take action on that? Or is that going to be solely the commission? Because that's really a kind of a tricky issue, because you have an individual that has two roles and two different governing bodies for those roles. So as GBIC CEO, there has to be some type, I assume there will be some type of process there in the event that that board that this individual answers to is unsatisfied with performance.
Dr. Gowan knows something about that.
I'm raising my hand. So it's interesting point. So initially I was, and I still am, very intrigued by that vested in economic development. On one hand, I see that as a very good thing. However, I've lived through the situation where the director of BCIC was also a city employee. And that caused a great deal of havoc in that time, because that person could wear one hat or the other and avoid criticism from one or the other. And that was a real handicap. So it was always a gray zone of hiring and firing that person. I think you have to spell that out somewhere, because that is a very interesting point, and it is one that reminds me of the real situation that happened in the past.
And I wonder if that was because I know the bylaws have been revised a few times, and I wonder if the way the bylaws are and they're terminated by the city, then they would be removed as the CEO.
I think what I would also suggest is what would be helpful to outline is what is the guidance and what are the parameters that y'all want to give to how economic development operates? Because I think that's what makes it a little bit challenging here. And I think the track record has shown that these entities they have their own life, so to speak. So I think, for example, when communications and IT and accounting and legal, when that was centralized for that sake, I think if you guys make a statement that for efficiency, for centralization, for priority being given economic development, you're making this move, are you still going to vest the board with the ability to untangle that structure that you created? Is that something that you want to fully delegate, or is that something that's with consultation from the commission so that there's better guidance on what roles are on the table? Maybe you set goals, metrics and other things that they do have discretion over, and the role, it's to not have role conflict as much. Do you want to provide that option in the bylaws to the board? Because essentially when you kind of fuse the administrative functions, it's also because of a greater policy consideration the commission's giving to that arrangement. So again, it's not a department, but it is.
We have a 4A and a 4B. Each of them receives a certain amount of money allocation, equal amounts. They each are made up of a director of that entity. I don't think it's something that's maybe necessarily normal, but is this language that we even need? Do we need this? Because I think we're happy with Helen in the role, but is this memorialization something that's really necessary? We need this language for some reason?
It allows you to enter into the agreement for shared services for that position.
We have that agreement already.
But it's not my understanding that.
Not for the position though, for everything but the position.
Are we legally prohibited from entering into something like that without this language? Or could we still execute an agreement like that without this language?
I think we have the admin services agreement. That's another option. I do think there's a separate agreement for that. Or
There is.
I think there's a separate admin services agreement and then there's the bylaws.
Yeah, there's a separate admin agreement that we have entered to. We're in the first year. There's another year. The bylaws does say that the CEO shall be hired by the board with the approval of the city commission. Therefore, the city commission is ultimately responsible for the appointment of whoever the board hires. So that's already in the city commission's purview. EPRA Administrative Services Agreement. It's something that can be negotiated every 2 years. This was meant to memorialize it and make it easier and more expeditious rather than having to renegotiate a contract every 2 years. And I would say that if you want a deputy city manager to have economic development as experience, you can include, one board member of GBIG as part of the interview process. If you want to demonstrate that's an important part of whoever is hired as a deputy.
Could I just say it a bit differently? If there's a situation where the GBIC board loses confidence in the CEO, are they free to go a different direction, or will they be obligated to keep that CEO because she or he is the deputy city manager?
I would say yes, they would be obligated under the way it's written right now. I think the city commission wants to be the entity making that call. Is that correct?
I don't think we do. I mean, I personally don't. I think there's a board in place that should make that call because this person in that role answers to that board. So that board should have the ability truly to hold that person accountable.
And I think, Counselor, if we blur these lines, my other concern is the charter. Because the charter prohibits us from getting involved with city employees. We hire and fire the city manager, but they report to him. Now if we have any kind of authority over the CEO of GBIC, who's also the deputy city manager, are we crossing any lines with regard to the charter?
All I'm saying is that on many levels, I agree, but it happened in this situation where the board lost confidence in the CEO and we did not have the ability to hire a new one.
May I ask, so was the city commission allowed to then intervene and dismiss that person?
No, at that point, what happened was that the board, the city commission voted to allow the board to hire and fire the CEO. And then we opened a new job opportunity as employed by the board. And that's how we made the transition.
And
We even went back and audited, and the audit came back and specifically detailed that that was a mistake that was made during the time to have structured it that way, right?
It became, I didn't hear all of what you said, but
we even did a very thorough and forensic audit on BCIC during that time.
Oh, that was after.
Yeah, after. Right. But the audit came back and said that the way that it was structured was the fault.
So I've heard the concerns about, right, the instance where GBIC board loses confidence. There could also be a situation where GBIC board may have confidence in the CEO, but the city commission may not agree with the direction they're going. And I think we're trying to get that balance of.
You're also in that situation.
Right.
So,
Right. I'm kind of over here right
Is there
now.
any other additional discussion? Because I think we did have a motion and a second already.
Oh, did we?
We did, I think.
Are you gonna withdraw?
You made a motion.
No,
Oh, yeah.
I fully support.
I thought we had a motion.
Did Galansky made the motion and Tetros.
We supporting,
That's what I
was
thought.
that motion to support what De Los Santos said, or the way it's?
The way it's drafted right now.
No, that would, the motion was to put it in place to where it's automatic. If you're a deputy city manager, that makes you CEO of GBIC, and I don't support that.
Withdraw my second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Tell me,
Counselor.
talk to me.
I was wondering if, and this is a language thing, right? Upon recommendation by the GBIC board and approved by city commission, the city's deputy city manager may serve as the corporation's chief CEO. I'm wondering if there's a way to allow for that, but still have it be upon the recommendation of the GBIC board.
I expect there is, but I wouldn't want us to rush through that tonight. I think it would be wiser of us to table this so that we can come back to it and make sure we flushed out all concerns.
Any more?
On that note, I want to voice my opinion or my stance. I believe in this one because as we've been forced to roll off city commissioners on this, I'm reluctant to really give all the control to these GBIC board members because I really only control one member of the GBIC, the one that I appoint. And so I don't want the same thing to happen that we had when John and I were on GBIC. I fully trust Helen, and I'm going to appoint someone that when it comes time for me to replace myself, I'm going to appoint someone that I will stay in touch with or that will communicate with me. In which case, if the deputy manager becomes there's a lack of confidence in that person, then I would suggest that they come to the city commission so that we can begin either an investigation or like for ourselves, how to fix the problem and whatever it takes.
You also amend the bylaws at that point.
Sorry?
You could amend the bylaws at that point.
Correct.
And I think to Commissioner Galunski's point, my concern would be is not that we're giving all the power to the GBIC board. I think adopting this language gives a lot more power to the city manager. He decides tomorrow to reclassify those positions and someone else is the deputy now. They are now de facto the CEO of GBIC without any input from that board and without any input from this commission.
Right. As long as Noel is the city manager, I'm fully confident in him because I think that you will select someone about.
I think the key is alignment. Unfortunately, because we don't have a departmental structure for economic development, which is 75% of the way it works in Texas, it creates issues for Brownsville. This is beyond, I get the sensitivity. I think we're trying to mash and harmonize what makes sense for the policy direction that y'all have given. I think the prevailing root cause issues for a lot of what we discuss each and every meeting is our wealth, right? So economic development really is at the top of the list in a lot of respects. Planning was a big issue. There was a lot of pain points. I think it's just a matter of how do you best design this because, whether I'm city manager or not, I think it's how does economic development win for Brownsville? And not that it's everything. There's trails, there's a lot of other things, but what I'm saying is what is before you all that seems to complicate matters because we're not discussing about trails and the board. There isn't that predicament with other policy directions. So I think the impetus here is really just thinking through how does the policy for economic development matters in Brownsville get assigned because then the fact that you all even have two entities just further complicates it. So, and that was brought up by a consultant recently that before we hired who said, you have a house divided, right? So I think you have a house divided, and I'll say that, but you're still trying to work within one aspect of that house that you actually can work on today, whether that's the bylaws or the admin services agreement, whatever that is, I think there's the alignment can be had in the most consistent fashion. Regardless of the variables of board members, regardless of the variables of city manager and all that kind of good stuff, there just has to be a system that, because everything else is election-based. We have 4A, 4B, they're election-based. That's like an act of God trying to fix that. So it's whatever you can control today, you just have a unique opportunity to seek to align those different things.
And I agree with you and I agree with you. And if Helen and Noel stay forever, I totally agree, right? But none of us are going to stay forever. And I think that in attempting to do that alignment, in my 2 cents, it's incumbent upon us to look at past occurrences within this organization. And if there's something negative that happened, we don't want to leave a gap to allow that to happen again. So I can discuss that with you later off, different, because this is going on a really long time. But without those protections, I would not vote for it yet.
So Counselor, just for procedural, we had a motion, we had a second. That second's been withdrawn, so there's still a motion. Now what?
A second, yeah.
Okay.
Let me just add one more thing. I respect what you said and but if we really just take, and this is just in the 2.5 years, how many changes have we already done to the JPIC bylaws? We went from five board member board to 7-member. We changed the bylaw so that then the city commission could be on it. Now we're changing, anytime you change anything, you're gonna go back. As soon as someone else gets reelected or changed, I'm sure that there's gonna be changes. And it hasn't really stopped us from, thankfully, progressing and Helen doing a good job and stuff. So that's why if it becomes an issue, I'm confident that we will take the measures between staff and the city commission that are necessary in a timely basis.
We had a motion. Is there a second?
In a second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I'll vote nay as well for the reason, not because of Helen or because of Noah, just what can happen in the future. I trust Helen if you can figure out a way to word it.
No, this isn't about us. This is, make it about, it's your policy.
Yeah, I mean, the motion fails, but Counselor, if there's any language, you kind of know where we're coming from?
Yeah, I just wanted to say why I voted nay.
Yeah, but it's
So
really.
if there's any way to accomplish the same thing, another way, let us know. Okay?
I'll get the draft. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is board appointments. Item 1, consideration and action on resolution number 2021-097 to appoint 2 members to the Transit Advisory Committee, Multimodal Transportation Transit.
Our city commissioners, we had one resign and the other one dropped off on her own. We do have 2 vacancies. We released these in social media and tried communication marketing to let folks know that we were needing 2 individuals. Unfortunately, we do not have anybody that applied for these 2 vacancies. And so I don't know if the commission wishes to appoint someone or we can come back.
We always have this issue with the same committee for some reason. I know last time Commissioner Galansky basically, went out in her district and tried to find somebody for this board.
Well, and that one was a special one because it was someone for paratransit, to represent paratransit.
And I mean, it's always hard for some reason for this board. I don't know why, because the need is so big. And you would think there'd be so many people that wanted to serve, but we just can't find it. Are you still able to have meetings based on the amount of people you have?
We can, but it's right at the quorum. And so if one misses, we don't have quorum.
And we can nominate individuals, but we don't know if
They're willing to serve.
Yeah.
unless somebody's already done that. If so, I mean, we'll definitely entertain nomination.
I'd like to just make a point. If you'll go back one slide. There was nothing like this in our packet that showed us who made these appointments previously. This is the first time I'm seeing which commissioners appointed which persons, and that doesn't put us in a good position because I couldn't come prepared to know, do I have an appointment? Don't I have an appointment? It's a tremendous amount of research we're having to do on our own when things like this are missing from our packet.
And I agree with that, but also I know we're in transition, right? Because we didn't used to always have 7 and now. But did I really make 3 appointments? Because that doesn't sound like me.
I think they said like they're willing to be reappointed and you just nominated.
All at once.
Yeah, I think you did a slate.
Yeah.
Oh, must be. Because that makes me look really greedy and I'm not that.
Wayne, there's a whole bunch more that you did that on.
To table it until we can get,
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Aye.
Item 2,
Committee.
Coming. I am
Say
getting
you're not
quiet.
creepy.
And I think we're all still gonna deflect to you on this.
1 vacancy for
Can you go back?
Can you go back?
Yeah, since we've got 4 people from district, or 5 people from District 3, I'm inclined to stay out of this one. Because it seems like we're represented.
Thank you for your kindness, Commissioner.
But I highly endorse Neil Mathers. He's a cyclist and a strategic planner for Sobrero. If you're looking for somebody.
I deflected Dr. Gowan if it's mine.
Well, we could use somebody from 1 or 4.
Is there anybody from home? But that person's on another, is that person?
But you can be on
the-
two.
I thought it was just one. But if it's my call, then I'd like to wait.
I think yours is the only district not represented.
Oh, there's nobody on four.
There's nobody at four either. But I nominated some this time.
And,
Yeah.
All right.
No,
Yeah, I know.
you have somebody, yeah.
Yeah, he's good. He's our chairman now. Raul Sanchez, yeah.
Good. I'm only putting good people on your boards.
From District 3?
Yeah.
Excellent. Yes, it is.
Table then.
Second.
We have a motion to table in a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Next one is mine.
Item 3, consideration and action on resolution number 2021-08.
Leo Lozano, the owner of Bar B.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
Yeah.
The only commissioners that then will not, is Commissioner Cowan and. That's all the other.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
thank you.
Item 4, consideration and action on resolution number 2021-082-A to appoint one.
To remove this from the table?
So move.
Are we removing it? Because it's mine.
No, we're taking it from the table so that you can appoint. So I'll move to take from the table.
Second.
See, that's right.
Motion.
Anyway,
Those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Tetra, do you have any nominations?
yes, I do. I finally have an appointment and I hope you like it. So in District 2, I have served with this gentleman in the past on the Airport Advisory Board and numerous other boards. He's a Harvard graduate and he is an expert with economic background. His name is Joey Hinojosa, and I nominate him to take my spot on the GBIC board. Be good to him. I hope you approve him. And I definitely expect my plaque if this is approved.
I'll second the nomination.
We have a motion and a second for Joey Hosa. Is there any discussion?
I'll just make a comment because I know with the last nomination made by Commissioner Tetra, I questioned the background and experience of the nominee. And in this one, yeah, I know the experience there. He was advisor to the Minister of the Interior when they were rebuilding in the Middle East and Afghanistan, Air Force veteran, and highly educated, doctorate and certificates from Harvard. So I think he's absolutely qualified.
Any further discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
I expect my plaque and a big one. And
I have another question. Do we have to wait or can I change mine already?
He's gonna.
Can I step off of GBIC and have somebody put on there already?
The way it was published was just for one.
Had one on the agenda.
Yeah. I'd commit to that.
You can step up.
But you can make your,
I'll wait there. Well, can I get it on the next one?
yeah, first meeting in January.
Item 5, consideration and action on resolution number 2021-084 to appoint 4 members to the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, City Manager's Office, BCIC.
Mayor and City Commissioners, once again, we are approaching that time of the year to be able to reappoint and appoint some new board members. As you can see the list on the monitor, we do have one board member that has completed or will soon complete 2 terms, which is permissible under state legislature. And we do have one board member that has opted to resign and has selected not to be considered for reappointment. In addition, we have 2 other reappointments that are also highlighted as well, that are also opting to be reconsidered for appointment.
I'd like to make the motion to appoint Linda Macia.
We have a motion by Commissioner Tetra for Linda Macias.
Just for clarification, did we
No.
have the higher standards of like economic development experience as we did for GBIC for BCIC or no?
No.
We haven't made that form.
Can we go back briefly? We do have a motion for Linda Macias. Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second that. Is there any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, motion passes. I will, my nomination was only for a couple months, so I'll go ahead and I will nominate Murad Abu Salim.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for Murad Abu Salim. Is there any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
I'd like to nominate and reappoint Commissioner Gowans.
Pardon?
Can you go back, please?
Back a slide.
I'm kidding. Not, that's wrong, but Cesar Lopez.
We have a motion to reappoint Cesar Lopez. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
And I'll nominate Tracy Wickett.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners.
Item 6, consideration and action on resolution number 2021-085 to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Public Library System Advisory Board, Brownsville Public Library Department.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Trevino, Head Library Branch Manager. Currently, we do have 4 members whose terms are about to expire. There's Cecilia Flores Fais, Shannon Benza, Juliana Sosa, and Juan Pequeño. We do have some applicants, and I'd appreciate your recommendations.
I don't think Commissioner Tetra appoints.
No, it was a slate.
Because it was a reappointment.
I pulled it.
Because I think there was only a certain amount of people that had actually applied, the
Right.
same amount of seats. Can you go back, please?
It's because we take the lead.
I know that there's somebody on that list that has a lot of library experience, and that is,
Shannon.
yeah, but she doesn't want to be reappointed. Shannon was my, can you go back to the list? I'm sorry. I'll nominate Cynthia Lizardi.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
I'll nominate George Olivo.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
I'd like to nominate Christopher Pineda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for Christopher Pineda. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
And I'd like to nominate Alicia Gonzalez.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item 7, consideration and action on resolution number 2021-087 to appoint members to the Main Street Advisory Board, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
Good Mayor, Commissioners, Planning Department. The Main Street Advisory Board did lose 2 board members. Ms. Sandoval and Ms. Macias did resign not too long ago. I would like to state that Mr. Benitez, he actually was reappointed at the July 20th meeting of this year. So he was not appointed, I'm sorry, replaced by Mr. Alberto Velez by Commissioner Tetro. So instead of the 3 highlighted, there's only going to be 2.
I have a spot on this board that I would like to fill, and that's with Kelsey Greer, who is here.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
I'd like to appoint, there's 2, right? There's one.
There's 3, I believe.
Well, there's 2. Oh, there's only 2 because Mr. Neese
Was already
replaced.
But is that the right term expiration? Because they're still 6 months away. Do we want to start replacing people 6 months out? That's what's throwing me off here.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. So the first 2 that you see up there, Ms. Sandoval, they resigned.
Oh, okay. It wasn't clear. Okay.
So
Apologize.
to appoint Joe Lopez.
Second.
So a motion and a second for Joe Lopez. Any
So
discussion?
then is there going to be District 1 representation? Because if there's only 2 left, right? Or if there was,
Correct. Yes. So can you go back? Yes. So District 1, your appointment, Ms. Sandoval, is the one that resigned.
yes, because she moved out of state.
And I think District 1 is,
I see. So I should not have.
Or, I'm sorry, I'm just being greedy.
No,
I'm like
that's
taking my territory.
Broke the rule, my bad.
Well, and here's where I'm going with this because District One is part of the downtown area. And
Correct.
quite frankly, I'm hoping to expand further west with the district. So I'm going to be bold and appoint myself because I'd like to get more involved in the redevelopment of downtown. If that's possible.
There's no restriction to Commissioner serving on this, is there?
No, I think,
Commissioner Neese did serve.
right, that's correct. I think discussion, we said we would make the motion that there be a official capacity, not as their capacity as a commissioner.
I think it was the other way around.
No, we said as a commissioner that when we leave the commission, we vacate our spots.
Yes, I'm sorry.
In other words,
If I could, since
It's a long.
Commissioner Galonsky is the one making the motion, it would be up to her if she's nominating herself as commissioner or nominating herself as a citizen. She could do it either way legally, correct?
Right, but I think it is the direction from this council that you wouldn't have the.
But that's not binding, is it?
No, it's not. No, it's not. I just,
So it's your discretion, Commissioner Galonsky.
But there's just no restriction to her serving. She's good, right?
she's, the way the motion was made,
I don't get reelected.
the way the motion was made is fine. I was just trying to share. I remember us having that.
Now I'm going for reelection.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Mayor Commissioner.
I'm not challenging that at all, but just can.
Yeah, I don't
But
understand.
can you go back to that last slide? So to Commissioner De Los Santos' point, when I'm looking at this huge list of appointments for today, it's really hard for me to tell which board I have an appointment on.
And I will say that in the research I did on this, and I was expecting there were three, and I had it as yourself, Commissioner Galonsky, and Commissioner Tetru, or possibly me, but there's plenty of representation from District 3. That's when I was expecting three.
So
So-
it was confusing because I understand, you know, I could, as an at-large commissioner, appoint someone from any district I want, right? So if I appointed someone from District 1, does that mean that appointment belongs to me or to her because she's District 1?
To you.
So,
Well,
and I'm
yeah.
not challenging your appointment at all, but for future, it'd be nice to have a bit more, I'm not sure who I'm addressing. I guess it's Lori.
You're right, Commissioner.
In some more direction so that I come prepared, expecting, and I don't tell people who have asked me yet, you know, that I can appoint them or not appoint them because it's not my appointment.
And I think what we should do is not be doing slights, because I just see here,
There's always errors in these.
yeah, but right now it's just the mayor and Ben basically who have everybody up there.
What I would suggest moving forward, this is for staff, and I don't think we need to take action to make it binding. If everybody thinks it's a good suggestion, I'd like to see us for all boards. We've got 7 appointment positions, number them 1 through 7 and align it so that Commissioner District 1 gets 1, 2 gets 2, 3 gets 3, 4 gets 4. Then we figure out we want for at-large A, at-large B, and the mayor for 5, 6, and 7. But that way we see on that roster and we know which position is up, automatically we know who it belongs to, which seat it belongs to.
That makes it easier. Yeah. But I mean, I think for sure, everybody should get an appointment. And then there's a preference, try and diversify to where there's always a representative from each district. Sometimes
Right.
people who may have the appointment doesn't have to certainly choose somebody from a certain district. That's their discretion.
And like Commissioner Galonsky said, for me, this was an important board as well, because this is still.
See. I'm telling you now.
Secretary, I made an error on the last name of the person on the LGBTQ task force. I said Lozano, it's actually Leo Zuniga.
Okay.
Sorry about that, just to note it. Make it official. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Item 8, consideration and action on resolution number 2021-088 to appoint 1 licensed veterinarian, 1 representative of an animal welfare organization, and 2 citizens to the Brownsville Animal Regulation and Care Advisory Committee, Public Health Department.
Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. As you may recall, recently this board was expanded from 7 to 11 members
For every district to have representation. Thank you. I think the next page shows the, there you go.
I'll nominate Michelle Miller.
A motion for.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Good pick there, sir.
I show John Rose, mayor, or myself would have the next one, but I see District 3 is well represented. I'm happy to defer.
Thought I had,
And I just
Go back one more
say that board is doing a really good job. I saw Brian and Brian Martinez, who's here. And I'm just
Commission.
excited about the work we have there.
Well, no, but that's Jessica Tetra. That's not one of the 7 citizens. It's not one of the 7 citizens. You have to have a commissioner by
Maybe
statute.
we should have another commission member.
Elizabeth Terrell, look at her, she went all out there.
this is another one where, because I thought I nominated Natalie back in the day. I guess not.
Meeting run long and they say like, well, everybody's up for reappointment and they're all eligible and they all want to serve. So I'm like, so moved.
Yes.
Said who had,
You, John, or Rose?
I'm good. I'm representing.
Are any of the applicants from an animal welfare organization?
That'll be after.
That'll be a separate one.
Oh, that's a separate?
That's a separate
Oh,
appointment.
well, then I don't know these folks, so I'm gonna.
How about Commissioner Cardenas? Would you be interested in?
We'll be doing that one too.
No, thank you. No, I mean, I like it, but no, it's with 4-hour meetings right now.
Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, I just want to clarify, I believe the applicants include rescue organizations. At least 2 of the names I see up there.
Becky Haley, is that?
Becky Haley, one, and I believe Ms. Saldivar at one time
I can't,
really were associated with rescue organizations, but
I can't.
That's,
Okay. Those opposed? Motion passes.
and for the support organization, I'd nominate Shirley Wells, Brownsville Animal Defense.
Good, yes.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. We good?
Yes.
All right.
need one more. Just to clarify, I got Michelle Miller, Teresa Salero, Shirley Wells. Was there another name?
Was it? It was 2 citizens and 1 support organization. There's one like.
And you had said something about,
Oh, yeah, and the license is vacant. We're still looking to meet that qualification.
oh, we had one come in right now.
Thank you.
We should have made it contingent on them serving.
Thank you.
Item 9, consideration and action on resolution number 2021-083 to appoint, reappoint, or remove 3 members of the Airport Advisory Board, Department of Aviation.
Evening, Mayor and Commissioners. We do have 2 members, terms have expired. They're wishing to be reappointed. And then we have a 3rd member whose term has expired that is not seeking reappointment. We had quite a few applications. And after reviewing their background and everything, the airport would recommend Francisco Loya for appointment for the clearly vacant position. And of course, the other 2 positions are up to you guys. So,
I'd like to reappoint Luis Cavazos.
okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to appoint Luis Cavazos or reappoint Luis Cavazos. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
I'd like to appoint Francisco Loya.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second for Francisco Loya. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. You need,
The last one would be Mr. Alcocer, Manuel Alcocer.
Motion to appoint Manuel Alcocer.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 10, consideration and action on resolution number 2021-094 to appoint 2 members to the Special Needs Advisory Board to fill existing vacancies, Parks and Recreation Department.
Good evening, everyone. As the 2 positions that we're trying to fill is Mayra Oiverides and also Miguel Gaitan. Mayra, she has not attended to any of the meetings and I believe she moved. And for Miguel Gaitan, he resigned in October. Both of them are in District Number 4.
Nominate Catherine Fletcher.
Second.
A motion and a second for Catherine Fletcher. Is there any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
I would like to nominate Alberto Velez.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
Rosie's pick.
Okay.
Item 11, consideration and action on resolution number 2021-096 to appoint 1 member to the Brownsville Beautification Committee to fill existing vacancy, Parks and Recreation Department.
For this one, it's to fill Lori Herrera, her term expires or expired in December. And she's from District Number 1.
Okay, so it's mine. I'll appoint Carla Andrade.
Second.
A motion and a second for Carla Andrade. Is there
Could I
any
see,
discussion?
could I see the roster of the board again? I'm just curious about that. Yeah, I don't show any appointment by either Commissioner Neese or Commissioner Cardenas. That's why I was thinking this one belonged to District 4, because I see one for Commissioner Galansky, Norma Rodriguez.
Is she on? I guess so.
Oh,
I
it's because
forgot.
Dr. Galvin serves.
Did you nominate her? I mean, did you have her?
We need
Yeah.
to change that, we need to change that so that as an official, or no, are you okay with that? Or no, I don't know.
I think it's really a transition period, and so that's why it's unclear.
That's fine.
We did have a nomination. Commissioner Galansky, do you want to keep that? Knowing
Well, I do have Norma, I just forget, and I've never asked her, how's it going on Brownsville beautification, because I hear Oscars. So I'm willing to withdraw, sorry, because
Okay.
to give it to someone who hasn't. Okay, okay, good. Yeah, I forgot.
I'd like to nominate Claudia Dune.
Second.
motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
I was an aye on that. I don't think I said anything.
Item 12, consideration and action on resolution number 2021-095 to appoint or reappoint 3 members to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board Committee to fill existing vacancies, Parks and Recreation Department.
For this item, it's actually 2, not 3. And the 2 members, one is Mike Leonard and the other one is Adrian Delgado. Terms will recently expire or will expire in January. I'm not too sure if they wish or not to be reappointed. I'm not too sure. And Mike, I believe he does not want to be appointed.
Did you see? Can you go back? If you want.
Are some names in red? Or just? Ah, okay.
There's other people on.
Can we go back?
Commissioner. Does anybody have somebody?
I'll appoint Iram Lozano in my spot.
Pretty sure I nominated Dr. Rodriguez Abad, so they want to put me next to him. I'm pretty sure I did.
And I believe I appointed Priscilla Noriega.
Iram Lozano. Iram Lozano. He was actually on the beautification, but had told me that he would serve on this one. I accidentally appointed Trey's appointment on beautification and knocked him off.
We have a motion for Hiram Lozano. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
And one comment on this one, and this is another one where our packet didn't have appointed by previously. And I was also confused because there was a resolution and the resolution mentioned replacing 3 individuals. One was Amirta Garza, who doesn't show on the board. So just, and we need to make sure that those sync up in the future. Because I'm absolutely looking at those when I'm thinking about who's there, who we need to appoint.
So are there only 2?
Yes, it's only 2. And I believe the first one, it was you, Commissioner De Los Santos, that appointed Priscilla Noriega, right?
So yes. Oh, no, I knew I had an appointment on this one. I was just trying to figure out who had the appointments for tonight and I couldn't determine it from our packet. And then when I saw the resolution and it had 3 names and then some of them had terms ending August 21 of 2021. And that didn't match up with anything on the chart either. It was just very confusing.
Have one more.
Well, I thought we,
I think it's,
so do you have 2 appointments then up there?
There's only one. No, mine was Linehart.
Oh, and he was up for.
He's up for real. Oh, he expired on 11/7.
Okay.
Is it
Because I
yours?
can't see the numbers. So it's the Rick's, is Adrian still interested?
I'm not sure.
You know, Eva Garcia would be an ex.
Oh, does she want to? Or I was her name, sorry, because like if the letters were a little bit bigger, I could see a little bit.
Too many names.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. She bought a house.
She's from your district, well, she
was,
originally
uh-huh.
from your district.
Yeah, can she do it with her job here? Yeah, okay.
I don't
Because
think
they're
they
made up.
submitted her name if she could.
Okay, no, I'll appoint Eva Garcia, yes.
I'll second.
A motion and a
Thank you for
second
that.
for Eva Garcia. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Just something really quick for a special needs advisory board meeting. I believe in the presentation, it said that new appointed members should serve a partial term. However, since this is the first established board, terms need to be staggered. And Commerce was recommended for newly appointed members to serve 3 years with terms to expire in December of 2024 in order to have staggered terms. Right now, everyone it's the same. It's something that I forgot to mention in the item number.
Number 10. Item number 10.
Yes.
And before we move to executive session, Mayor, I just have another 2 comments. For staff, definitely as we move forward, I know we had asked for the breakdown of attendance, training, everything else. I see we got a lot of information. Some of those I know for a fact are not accurate. I know Board of Adjustment, for example, I'm past chair. And I made sure every one of those board members had been through training. So to see all of them show pending now, I know that, and I know there's been a changeover in staff since then. That could be the problem, but we want to make sure we go back and look at that and that the staff, the departments assigned to those by law. And even if they don't have to legally take TOMA, because we've seen other boards and task forces that a public information request comes in and they're like, well, that's my personal email. I don't have to turn anything over. They don't understand the law. That's because they haven't had the training. So I think that's important. And then one other comment to Mr. Bernal on number 7, the Main Street Advisory Board. 2 of those are staff members on that board. And one of those staff members has missed more than 50% of the meetings. So that's something we need to look at. If they've got the time or they don't have the time, that's understandable. But then let's put somebody on there who's going to support that team.
Counselor, I realized that for our consent agenda, I think there was one that needs to be pulled from the table. We need to clean that up.
Which one?
If you-
wasn't me?
If you want to take that time, I mean, we can always do that when we come back, right? Clean it up.
We can do it when we come back.
Because I just realized that I saw in other units that there was one that needs to be taken off the table. We can address that when we get it out of executive. Do I have a motion?
Motion to move to executive.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Because mine is in January.
Normally read it, yeah. Executive session, item 1, closed session pursuant to section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. Consultation with city attorney related to legal matters regarding the engineering and public works department, city manager's office. Item 2, closed session pursuant to 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. Consultation with city attorney in section 551.071 072, discussion related to the acquisition, exchange, lease, or sale of real property generally located along Sixth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, City Attorney's Office. Item 3, closed session pursuant to section 551.071 of the Texas Code, consultation with city attorney, including deliberation of the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code, and deliberation of economic development negotiations and financial information received from a business prospect. Section 0.087 of the Texas Government Code for Project Momentum. Item 4, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations, all related to Project First, City Manager's Office.
We have a motion to go into executive session?
Yes, motion to move to executive.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Vote. Right.
It
Session.
is now 8:48 PM and the city commission will go into executive session.
Hey, Noel. I should
Okay, so real quick before anybody abstains, we do have going back to consent, there was an item that was previously tabled, so even though the consent agenda was approved, item number 12, which was previously tabled at the previous, other meeting, was not removed from the table. So that one's still pending, so we need to go back. And so.
So then, do I have a motion to remove item 12 from the consent agenda from the table?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? We have. Okay, so it's off the table.
Motion and a second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
It's off the table. Now, do we have any motions to approve item 12?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 12. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. There's a.
Item 12.
Okay,
Okay,
I'll read the action item.
I need to clarify something too now, Counselor, because the only item that there's going to be action on is one where I'm abstaining. Should I?
I'd recommend that you leave.
Great, thank you.
Merry
Good night, everyone. See y'all next year.
No, he's got to stay.
Christmas.
Come back.
No, but you've got to conduct this agenda item.
We're gonna make him come back.
Okay, so our next item is possible action on any items as discussed in executive session. Item 1, consideration and possible action with respect to all matters discussed in executive session related to Project First, including to authorize the city manager to enter into a Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement and to execute any pertinent documentation for its implementation. City Manager's Office.
Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners, based on discussions in executive session, and with item number 1, it's my recommendation that there be a motion to approve city manager to enter into an amended Chapter 380 agreement with, for Project First, as discussed in the executive session. If it's the commission to do so, I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Call for discussion.
Okay, call for discussion first. Anybody have any? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Also,
Nobody's in.
Nobody's opposed.
motion passes.
We adjourn.
Move to adjourn?
Merry Christmas, everyone.
There's a
All
second.
those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Okay.
I will.
Christmas. It is now 9:49 PM.
That's your birthday too?
Christmas.